Okay, on I show that we're on YouTube. Miss Gonzalez, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can I ask, are you hearing drilling right now?
No.
You're not hearing drilling. Okay, because I'm in a bit of a predicament. The office is extremely hot, but when I open the window, we have like a construction crew outside that's
Oh,
using
nice.
some sort of drilling equipment.
Ah,
And yeah, so it's an interesting morning.
yes.
But I'm glad at least it's not coming through. So
No, so far, no. You know what? And I'll let you know because loud noises, I think, can sometimes cut out the Zoom.
uh,
So
okay. All
I'll
right.
let you know, but maybe they'll resolve that in the next half hour unless it's a big project.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that sounds good. Well, thanks a lot. And yeah, we'll talk more later.
All right.
Okay.
Bye-bye now.
Thanks.
Can you hear me okay?
I can. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep. All right,
Perfect.
cool. So far, so good.
All right. I'm going to turn my video off and then we'll get the real time issue.
Okay. Is that microphone thing, well, do you just use like your regular speakers to hear and then use the microphone, so no
Yeah,
headset? Well,
exactly.
is it just like a plug and go sort of thing? Or does it have to be?
I think so. Yeah, actually, the microphone is. Yeah, the microphone is plug and go. The one that required the software they got us, I'm not sure it does anything, but
Okay.
the light here that they gave us, that one does require some sort of software.
Okay.
But yeah, the microphone is just plug and play. So
I'm gonna grab it. I know this one works, so it's a backup, but I'm gonna see if we can get that because it'd be nice to not have to wear it.
yeah, and it should just be plug and play.
Oh, I was going to introduce myself. I have never
Oh,
met Miss
we'll be
Beth.
right back. We're just getting everything all squared away. And I spoke to Anna. She's going to call whoever is in charge of the PRC air conditioning.
Oh, that's brutal.
Because I told her that with those guys drilling, it's literally right outside my window. That's going to be a huge problem if it's super hot. So anyway.
Yes, sometimes they work on this building, where I'm at, and they are doing construction like right upstairs and banging and all that stuff. So it's really rough.
No,
And they have to get their work done during business hours.
no, I know. It's not like we can ask them to stop. So, all right. Well, we will. I'm going to turn my video off and we'll keep moving forward.
Yeah, good idea.
All right, Miss Barrett, my name's Melissa. I just want to introduce myself. I'm the court reporter.
Hi, Melissa.
I don't think we've ever met, so.
I don't think we've officially met. I've seen you because I used to be an attorney.
Uh-oh. Not hearing you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Oh,
You cut out there.
I can't. Okay. I
right.
recognize your face because I used to be an attorney. So
Oh, okay.
nice to see you.
All righty then. Bye-bye now.
Bye. Okay. Let's do stop video. Plug this guy in. Hmm?
And your audio problem.
That makes sense.
Ms. Gonzalez, are you still there by any chance?
Yes.
Can I ask you, so I think, so I was just talking to hearing examiner Barrett about the real-time link.
Sure.
And I'm just looking at your email. I think actually you may have gotten her email wrong.
Wrong. Okay. Well, let me see. I have JOC. Maybe I mistyped it. Oh, do I have one T by chance?
You know, you have an extra Y in Jocelyn.
Oh, okay. Let
So-
me just re-forward it
Okay, that sounds good.
because it's going to be the same link.
Yeah, that's what I just didn't know if I was able to share it or if you had
No,
to.
you can, if you needed to, but I can also get it right because I need to fix my email then. There she is. Jocelyn. Oh, I see where it is. Okay, let me erase that and start again. All
John,
right.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, so this microphone's working?
It seems to be.
ELYN dot.
I can't hear you though.
That is probably, let me come in. That's probably the output. I had that problem when I installed mine.
Okay. So I might need to reset this. I mean, I need to find the
So
speakers.
that same problem. Actually, I wouldn't go in there.
Okay.
I
Where
would
would
go
you?
back into Zoom, I think.
All
That's
right.
what I did.
Oh, you have to choose your speakers.
You go to. Oh no, over here. Go to audio, and then say select a speaker, and then go to probably the speakers 3.
Do you want to test it again?
Yeah, let me go in there and test. Because essentially for whatever reason, that microphone is set up where you could plug in a headset to the microphone.
Oh, that's interesting. So you could have,
Anybody would ever do that.
if you wanted to be able to hear, I guess,
Yes,
it kind of makes sense.
yes. Well, let me see if you're on.
Oh,
Okay, can you hear me? Hearing examiner Barrett? Oh, that still didn't work.
I can hear you.
Yeah, so hearing examiner Barrett just plugged in. They got us these new speakers. They're microphones, I should
They're
say.
great.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you said that. I was going to ask you if you liked them. There's somehow or another
So
Please
when
make sure-
when you use a different input, sometimes you have to change it on Zoom. Okay.
it just started working.
Oh,
Okay, perfect. Good.
wow, technology, who could figure it out?
That's great.
And you can hear me?
Yes.
And yes, and it sounds beautiful.
And hearing examiner Barrett, did you receive the real-time link?
I just
did. I'm getting an echo.
okay, I just resent it.
That should be real straightforward. All you should have to do is put in your name, NMPRC, and then your email address.
Okay, let me try it.
Yep, it should connect right up, but you won't see much action until everybody starts speaking.
Yeah.
All right, so you can hear me?
Yes.
And it's muted when the light is blinking, right?
Yes, I think that's right. What I have done so far is when I'm just muting and unmuting on YouTube. Or not, I'm not on YouTube. On
Zoom.
on Zoom.
That's what I'm used to doing. So
Yeah, so I just go in and just click mute, and so I just leave the microphone on, but it's not working, essentially.
gotcha. Probably wise.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see anyone in the waiting room yet.
Do you guys have any idea how many of these parties are going to be here? Like, did anybody ask to be excused or anything?
That's a good question.
You don't know that.
All right. Yeah, very importantly, Anna just confirmed that they are going to turn on the air conditioning. So that's, I for one am very grateful to
Can't
hear that.
open the windows. It's like either you're sweltering hot or there's somebody drilling right next to you.
Thank God. So so we solved one problem for the day.
Been dreading
so
putting on my jacket.
I have not received any requests for excusal so far, Ms. Gonzalez.
Okay.
But I am going to ask them that at the beginning of the hearing. It would not surprise me if one or more of the attorneys needs an excusal.
Okay.
As far as who, we know that we have at least 3 active participants, that being SPS staff and CCAE.
Okay.
I'm not sure about the other parties yet.
Okay. It won't break my heart.
We'll see. We'll see. Let's see what happens. So
It's just less Brady Bunch feel, when you're looking at the Zoom.
yes, that's right.
But
All right.
that's
Well, I've got a couple people in the waiting room. I'm going to wait just to let them in just for another couple minutes, and then we'll let them
Okay.
all.
All right. I'll stand by too.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Hearing Examiner Barrett, I am inclined at this point to go ahead and let folks in, unless you have any concerns.
I don't have any concerns. And you can hear me okay still?
Yep, can hear you very well. Ms. Gonzalez, you still with us?
Yes, I sure am,
Perfect.
thankfully.
Yes. All right. Let them in. I don't show all the parties, but I show a fair number of them. So let them in.
Great.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Just letting everybody on. We're a little early, not starting quite yet. If anybody wants to do a mic check, now is a good time.
This is Patrick Pearsall, representing SPS. Can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you loud and clear. Morning.
Excellent. Good morning.
Morning, everybody. This is Christopher Hall from NM Nerd.
Morning, Mr. Hall.
Good morning.
Mr. Cronkamp.
Good morning, Nick Stoffel for the New Mexico Large Customer Group. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning. Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent.
Morning, Michael McCullen for Occidental Petroleum. Can y'all hear me?
Yep, good morning. And we'll get started here in another few minutes. I think we're still missing a few people. And that's when we'll do formal entries of appearance, hearing items, stuff like that. And if anybody needs to ask for an excusal for part or all of the hearing, we'll address that as soon as we get started. Hearing Examiner Barrett, are you a co-host? Are you able to monitor participants and all that?
I don't think I am this time. I'm
All right.
not seeing that sidebar.
Yeah, I think I just made you a co-host, so you should be able to see that now.
Let me see. Yep. There we
Okay,
go.
perfect.
And I'll keep an eye on things if anybody comes in late.
Okay, sounds great. In terms of who we're waiting for, I think we might only be waiting for CCAE. I think we have everybody else.
Mr. DeSaling just joined.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Hearing Examiner Barrett, looks like I think we have everybody. It's 9 o'clock. If you are ready, and Ms. Gonzalez, if you both are ready, then I think we'll go ahead and get started.
I am all set to go.
Okay. And Ms. Gonzalez?
I'm writing.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, good morning to everyone. The time is now 9 a.m. and we're now on the record. This matter before the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission will please come to order. This is the time and place set for the evidentiary hearing in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for approval of its 2025 to 2028 Energy Efficiency Plan and associated programs. This case has been docketed as case number 24-00269-UT. My name is John Kreinkamp. I'm joined this morning by Jocelyn Barrett. We are the hearing examiners with the PRC who will be presiding over this hearing today and ultimately providing the commission a recommended decision. This hearing today is being transcribed by a court reporter. For the sake of the record, I'd like to start with entries of appearance from all the parties, starting with SPS.
Thank you. Patrick Pearsall appearing today on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
Thank you. And the commission's utility division staff.
Good morning, John Bagacco here for the utility division staff today. Thank you.
Morning, Mr. Bagacco. The New Mexico Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department.
Morning, everyone. This is Christopher Hall appearing on behalf of NM
Thank you. Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner, Madam Hearing Examiner, and colleagues. Charles DeSalen, representing Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
Good morning, Mr. DeSalen. New Mexico Large Customer Group.
Good morning, everyone. Nick Stoffel with the law firm of Holland & Hart, appearing on behalf of the NMLCG.
Excellent. Good morning. And I believe last but not least, Occidental Permian.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael McMillan for OPL.
Thank you. Okay, so as I said before we went on the record, before we go any further, are any of the attorneys present? Does anybody need to ask for an excusal for either part or all of the hearing?
Your Honor, Michael McMillan for OPL. We don't have any cross-examination to present in the hearing, so to the extent that I could be excused, I think that would be efficient for my client.
Okay, that would be fine. I have no problem with that. Anyone else?
The NMLCG would make the same request, Your Honor. We don't have any testimony or cross-examination in this case.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Mr. and Madam Hearing Examiners, MNERD also does not have any cross. However, I would be happy to attend the hearing and observe.
Okay, well, I mean, all the attorneys present are welcome to join the hearing for either all of it or part of it at your leisure. But to the extent that those three parties are not presenting any witnesses or evidence, then certainly you can be excused for as much of the hearing as need be.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. DeSalen, it looks like your witness may be on the Zoom. Would you mind asking him to watch on the YouTube feed until it's time for him to come in?
Yes, I certainly will apologize for that. Thank
you. Okay. Okay, so at this point, having gone through the excusals, I'm just going to make a number of sort of procedural notes in terms of how the hearing is going to run. And then at the end, I'll ask the parties if there's any clarification items, questions, concerns, things like that. First up, the easiest item, I'll note just for the record that there were no individuals or entities who signed up for public comment this morning, so we don't have that to deal with. Secondly, I'm assuming that all the parties present are in receipt of the proposed order of witness presentation and cross-examination that SPS distributed last Tuesday. SPS indicated that there were no objections to that proposal. The hearing examiners are fine with it. To recap, we have 6 witnesses who will be testifying, starting obviously with SPS's witnesses, Mr. Lovelady, Ms. McIntyre, and Mr. Hurt. Then CCAE will present Mr. Alatorre. Finally, staff will present Ms. Leyla Tercero and Mr. Jimenez. As mentioned in the order we issued last week about several pre-hearing items, At this point, we do not feel compelled to impose time limits on cross-examination, but we do reserve the option to do that in the unlikely event that becomes necessary in order to finish in 2 days. I don't anticipate getting to that point. So I guess just on the issue of timing, we do have 2 days for this. I'm not sure how many questions the parties are going to have for the various witnesses. If we are able to finish in 1 day, that's great, and that's probably going to be the preference of the hearing examiners. But we'll play that by ear just depending on how the first few witnesses go, I think. The next issue, just to touch on it, this was something that was mentioned in our order last week on pre-hearing items, was our desire for the attorneys to have a brief oral argument at the conclusion of the evidentiary portion of the hearing today regarding the avoided emissions benefit, particularly in light of a recent commission decision. I do just want to clarify, I guess, the intent behind this and what it's sort of designed to do, because it is a little unusual and we recognize that. Obviously, 2 weeks ago, the commission issued an order in another energy efficiency case that directly addressed the issue of the avoided emissions benefit. The impact of that particular order and what it means for this case is either largely or entirely a question of law. So the idea is to have the attorneys in this case offer just a brief argument and explain how they see that, rather than sort of having sort of a convoluted discussion through witnesses about the legal implications of that order. We'd rather just have it directly with the attorneys. So our thought was that each of the parties who submitted evidence in this case, that being SPS, staff, and CCAE, would be provided 10 minutes each to argue and then stand for any questions. If you don't take up that time, that's fine. The idea is just to give you an opportunity and then give us the chance to ask you some questions. SPS would be able to reserve time for rebuttal as well. They desire to do that. That being said, any questions about anything that I've just laid out? Any questions or concerns? Yes, Mr. DeSalem?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. No questions or concerns, but I just want to comment that I very much appreciate the opportunity to present oral argument on the UTC issue. I had the same feeling that you did, that this is mostly a legal issue and not very conducive to trying to make the points that I want to make through cross-examination. Can make them much more effectively and efficiently through oral argument. And as a consequence, I will have very little cross-examination today. So I think we can save some time that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalem. That's sort of what I anticipated or hoped would be the consequence of doing oral argument about that. Any other preliminary matters from the parties that we should address before we go ahead and get started with the evidentiary portion of this morning?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, if you'll entertain me, I sent you,
yes,
everybody, a corrected version of Ms. Labor-Tercero's rebuttal yesterday, because very late we found on page 5, footnote 7, that the citation to the version of the NSPM that she references in a rebuttal was inaccurate. And so I've submitted a red line correction there, and I'm sorry for doing that so late, and I'm sorry for missing the Dropbox window with that. Is there any particular way you would like me to proceed with that further?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bagaco, and my apologies. I had intended to bring that up, and then I guess it just slipped my mind. So I think what we'll do, I don't anticipate that you're likely to get an objection from one of the other parties, but we'll address that when we get to that Exhibit 2 as part of your testimony, staff's case. The only other change I would make is I did check Dropbox this morning. I don't believe I saw the corrected version uploaded. That upload link should still be active. So my request would be that you upload that corrected exhibit to Dropbox. And then that way, following the hearing, hopefully we can clean the Dropbox up and Ms. Gonzalez can keep an accurate record.
Can do. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. And like I said, we'll address the exhibit 2 when you introduce it as part of your case. Okay, any other preliminary items? Seeing none, Mr. Pearsall, you can call your first witness, sir.
Thank you. SPS calls Jeremy Lovelady, and he is here. May take a second to get into our witness room.
Sounds good. Looks like we have him. Ms. Gonzalez, if you please swear in the witness.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Pearsall.
Excellent. Mr. Lovelady, can you state your name, full name for the record?
Yes, sir. It's Jeremy M. Lovelady.
And can you identify your place of employment?
Sure. I work for Southwestern Public Service Company.
Okay, and what is your position at Southwestern Public Service Company?
Yes, sir. I'm the manager of regulatory administration for SPS.
Okay, and did you prepare direct testimony in this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Excellent. And do you have with you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 1?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay, can you identify that exhibit for the record?
Yes, sir. It's the direct testimony of Jeremy M. Lovelady on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
And does that direct testimony have any attachments?
It does, yes, sir, too.
And were the testimony and the attachments prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay, and does your testimony have any corrections that you need to make?
Yes, sir. We've submitted one correction. Just a second, I find that. On page 35 of my direct testimony, line 15, 85 has been crossed out and 80 has been added. So it should read, further, the proposed base incentive is not earned until SPS achieves at least 80%.
Okay, and that correction that you just noted is marked in redlined on what is marked as SPS Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if I went through this testimony today and asked you all of the same questions that are in that testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And with that, hearing examiners, I would move for the admission of the direct testimony and attachments of Mr. Lovelady as corrected and marked as SPS Exhibit 1.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the admission of SPS Exhibit 1 as corrected? Seeing none, it's so admitted.
Mr. Lovelady, did you prepare rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, do you have with you what's been marked as SPS Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you identify that exhibit for the record?
Yes, sir. It's rebuttal testimony of Jeremy M. Lovelady on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
Okay, and does your rebuttal testimony have any attachments?
It does, yes, sir, one.
And was that attachment prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was, yes, sir.
Okay, and do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
No, sir, not to my rebuttal.
Okay, and if I went through and asked you the questions in your rebuttal testimony again today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And with that, hearing examiners, I would move for the admission of the rebuttal testimony and attachment of Jeremy Lovelady.
Thank you. Any objection to the admission of SPS Exhibit 2? Seeing none, it's so admitted.
And I would tender Mr. Lovelady for cross-examination.
Okay, so let's see. Mr. Hall, did you waive cross-examination for all these witnesses? Okay, looks like you did. Okay, thank you. So that takes us then to Mr. DeSalem. Do you have any questions for this witness?
I do not. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bogacco, any questions for Mr. Lovelady?
Yes, I just have a couple.
Okay, go ahead.
Hopefully just a couple. Mr. Lovelady, good morning. How are you?
I'm well, Mr. Bogacco. How are you, sir?
I'm trying to just get through this morning. I've had too many coffees already, and I've got a little housekeeping question for you, or one or two of those, if you'll entertain it.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
My first one for you is, it's staff's understanding that SPS was scheduled to file its annual energy efficiency reconciliation or its 2024 true-up on May 15th, the date on which the company filed its 2024 energy efficiency annual report. But due to this pending quadrennial plan filing, SPS, I understand SPS plans to file its true-up after the conclusion of this proceeding. Am I correct in that understanding?
You are, yes, sir.
Okay, and just for further clarification then, although SPS provided a brief explanation of its 2024 true-up, will the expected filing be accompanied by an affirmation with an explanation of the reconciliation?
I believe so, yes, sir. I think in the past, when we've done those reconciliations, we've provided an affidavit attesting to how that true-up was completed, and I believe that that process would be somewhat similar this time as well.
Oh, thank you for that affidavits. I know we're accustomed to using affirmations here at the commission, but yes, an affidavit would be proper, and it would be a thorough explanation. Would you agree?
Yes, sir. Can do that.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Lovelady. I think I'm clear on everything else, and I thought your testimony was well written, so I appreciate that. That's all I have, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I would pass the witness, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pagacco.
Thank you.
I believe that takes us to the hearing examiners. Okay. Okay, so good morning, Mr. Lovelady. Thank you for being with us.
Morning.
I think I just have a couple of questions for you, not very many. And all of them, I think, relate to your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
My first question for you, and you touch on this on pages 15 through 16 of your testimony. You're asked about CCA witness Mr. Alatorre's recommendation with respect to the incentive mechanism. You say that you disagree with his recommendation. You say it's inconsistent with precedent. Can you elaborate a bit on, I guess, just the basis for your disagreement with Mr. Alatorre's recommendation?
Yes, sir. So consistently, we previously in prior filings, we have set the incentive mechanism baseline to roughly about 80 to 85% of that cumulative goal. And I disagree with Mr. Alatorre's recommendation to raise that kind of baseline incentive to 95%. The reason being is that I think the statute calls out satisfactory performance, right? And that language is a little bit subjective. I don't think it necessarily requires you to have exemplary savings or targets, right? Or try to meet that achievement. And so I think that, you know, the 85% baseline is more reasonable. Anything above that is something the commission has not approved in prior cases, at least for SPS. And I believe consistent with commission's prior orders, 80 to 85% is more reasonable than the 95% that Mr. Alatorre recommended in his testimony.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about, I guess, SPS's previous earnings? Have they previously earned, you know, give me a sense of how SPS has performed with respect to this incentive in previous plan years?
Yes, sir.
How much of the, I guess, how much of the incentive has SPS earned?
Yep. I think Ms. McIntyre, SPS's witness, Ms. McIntyre, can probably provide you a little bit more information on that as far as the historical performance that the portfolios has garnered. I do believe that she sponsors that incentive mechanism for the prior year. I will say that, you know, in the history that I have with the portfolio, the baseline targets are something that we're still trying to achieve, you know, throughout the year. And so we're meeting that baseline target. That is our goal. As far as meeting the maximum of that incentive mechanism, I'm not aware if SPS has ever maxed out that incentive. That's something for Ms. McIntyre to address.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
My next question for you relates to the avoided emissions benefit, and this is a reference on page 26 of your testimony. You're asked this question. This is your rebuttal testimony again, so exhibit 2. You're asked this question about the societal test, sometimes referred to as the total resource cost test. Can you, I guess, just for the sake of the record, and for the sake of my own knowledge, walk me through the differences between the UCT and the total resource cost test?
Again, I can explain a little bit of the difference between the UCT and the societal. The MTRC is very similar to that societal test, but I think it's helpful to explain kind of the difference between those two. The UCT is a utility cost test, so it is looking at utility cost and benefits, kind of not recognizing some of the other externalities such as societal benefits, avoided emissions, things like that. Where the societal test does take into account some of those externalities. We've seen, I believe, in some of our other states, we have some of these other tests that are used as part of energy efficiency and other programs. When we incorporate a societal test, there's obviously a lot of different inputs and values that are included outside of just the utilities costs and benefits. And like I said, some of those are societal driven, some of those are environmental driven externalities. Normally, we will have a value for those to include, right, in that calculation. But the societal cost test takes a look at not just the utilities perspective, but the entire, customers and the societal benefits as a whole.
And do you know, you made a reference to those other states that you provide service in. Do you include an avoided emissions benefit in any other state?
I don't know the exact answer to that. I would probably have to ask. I believe that in Colorado, at least several years ago when I worked on that portfolio, they did have an MTRC that had, I believe it was either a statewide, either a legislative number that was valued for those avoided emissions, or it was something that was derived through rulemaking. But I believe that they used that, an avoided emissions number for the input of those programs.
Okay. All right. And then my last question for you, you're asked on page 28, again, staying with exhibit 2, you're asked on page 28 about Occidental Permian's recommendation about the ICO program.
Sure.
And you recommended 2 modifications to their recommendation. One was that the commission require this report on program participation annually rather than biannually. And you have another recommended modification as well. Can you explain why the annual rather than biannual? Is it just burdensome, or what's the reason for that? I guess that modification of what Occidental Permian is asking for.
Yes, sir. So my recommendation would that we would file them annually, consistent with our annual filings that we do every year with energy efficiency and load management. It would become somewhat of an addition to that filing that we do annually. I think that doing it twice a year could be a little burdensome, and when we have an annual report already scheduled, it provides us that time frame to provide that report. I think the second recommendation was to file at the same time that we file with the EE, which was kind of the reason why we recommended, just having it once a year and providing that information within the report.
Okay. Okay, I don't believe I have any further questions for you. I appreciate it. I reiterate what Mr. Bragatko said about the clarity of your testimony.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Hearing Examiner Barrett, any questions for Mr. Lovelady?
I do. I just have a couple. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
So staying with your rebuttal testimony, if you could turn to page 15. Let me know when you're there.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
You got there before me. When you're talking about the incentive, At the top of the page, SPS will incrementally achieve an additional 0.10% before capping out the incentive at 7.17% of actual spend, SPS's most recent commission-approved WACC. My question is, what was the reasoning behind choosing the WACC to be the cap? And because this is a 4-year plan, if SPS files a rate case between now and the end of this EELM plan and it adjusts the WACC, would SPS be required to, or would they change that cap to match the new WACC?
Yes, I can answer your first question regarding the WACC. I believe that is in, if you give me just a second, I believe it's in statute or rule that I get the two confused quite often as I read through them, but I believe it was in rule or statute, and I can find that, where the utility is required to not exceed their WACC in the incentive mechanism that they are awarded. Of course, it should be, lots of different things in there, cost-based things like that. But one of the I guess cap points for that incentive mechanism is the WACC that the utility is currently earned. So that's why the incentive only goes up to that WACC. As far as, I'm sorry, I don't know if I remember your second question. Do you mind repeating that?
I shouldn't have asked them both at the same time. And the second part of the question was, given that this is a 4-year plan, if SPS files a rate case between now and the end of the plan, and that is adjusted either up or down, will the incentive cap be adjusted accordingly?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that it would be updated if needed, if there was a rate case that produced a different WACC number. Historically, during the 3-year plans, I think we've just continually used what the previous WACC was, unless we were to come in, which we've done that kind of outside of our normal cycles in some events, where we've updated that. So I believe that would be the case.
Okay, and if for some reason during the rate case that WACC was adjusted downward, then you would be required by rule or statute to adjust the cap.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes,
and then I just have one more question. If you could go ahead also in your rebuttal testimony and turn back to page 25 at the bottom of the page. You mentioned that the parties to the working group, including CCAE, agreed to work together during the legislative session to address changing the UCT as defined in the EUEA. Are we talking about this past legislative session or the legislative session that will be starting in 2026? Yes,
ma'am. So the reference that we had in this testimony was reference to the session that just ended. Although there was no movement made on this during that session, there was a lot of competing priorities, I think, from a lot of different stakeholders during that legislative session. So I do believe that next session, we will try to work with parties to address this in the next session.
So you did attempt to address it, or it didn't make the top of the list of priorities this year?
We had mentioned it in some working groups on a different legislative measure that was being circulated, and we were trying to roll that into it at one time, and it did not get through.
Understood.
Yes,
all right. And that's all the questions that I have for you. I'm just going to reiterate what everyone else has said. Your testimony was very helpful and thorough. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that feedback.
Mr. Lovelady, let me ask you one more question. If you look at page 27 of your rebuttal testimony, you are asked this question about this UCT calculation and the inclusion of the avoided emissions benefit. And you talk about how you feel that the inclusion of that benefit is unnecessary. Can you expand a little bit on that answer and what you're saying there?
Yes, sir. I feel like it's unnecessary to include those benefits currently because the portfolio is meeting the cost effectiveness that it is required to by rule and statute. Adding those additional benefits will only increase the program cost effectiveness, which is to us like a great idea, right? Unfortunately, the way we interpret the rule and statute, it doesn't allow for those types of externalities to be included. So although it would appear to be more cost effective, it doesn't really provide a lot of benefit to the portfolio currently when it's already meeting the objectives of the EUA and the EU.
Okay. Thank you. That's interesting. Mr. Pearsall, do you have any questions on redirect, sir?
Yes, I have one that really just is a clarifying that I think goes to one of hearing examiner Barrett's questions regarding the incentive mechanism in the WAC. Mr. Lovelady, can you go to page 29 of your direct testimony?
Sir?
Is on the question that talks about the EE rule addressing incentives associated with the ELM programs. Is that the rule and the quoted part towards the end that addresses the use of the WAC as well as the fact that the incentive mechanism cannot exceed the WAC?
That is correct. Yes, sir. Line 17 there on page 29 calls out that any application for an incentive award shall include some of those bulleted points in there on 4A. Its weighted cost to capital is expressed as a percent.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So I believe, are there any questions, any further questions from any of the parties for Mr. Lovelady? Seeing none, Mr. Lovelady, thank you again for your testimony this morning. You are excused.
Thank you all.
And with that, Mr. Pearsall, I believe you can call your next witness.
Yes, SPS calls Allison McIntyre, and let's give us 1 second. They're going to be switching chairs.
Sounds good.
I can hear them walking that way, so it's happening.
Looks like we have more time than we expected, so that's good.
All right.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Gonzalez, if you'd please swear.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, Mr. Pearsall.
Morning, Ms. McIntyre.
Morning.
Thank you. Can you identify or can you state your name, your full name for the record?
I can. My name is Allison Laurel McIntyre.
And can you identify your place of employment?
Yes, I work for Xcel Energy Services Incorporated.
And what is your position at Xcel Energy Services?
I am a manager of business solutions and results.
Okay, and did you prepare direct testimony for this case?
I did.
And do you have with you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 3?
I do.
And can you identify what that exhibit is for the record?
Yes, that is my direct testimony.
And does your direct testimony have any attachments?
It does. It has 5.
Okay, and where was that direct testimony and were those attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any corrections to your direct testimony or attachments?
I do. They're all very similar in nature, but just repeating tables. If you go to page 56 of the direct testimony. Let me get there. The units were incorrect. So that it says gigawatt hours GWH, it should say KWH for both the annual and the cumulative net. And if you scroll to the next page, 57, the same reference is gigawatt hours should be replaced with kilowatt hours there. And then there's one final similar correction in attachment ALM 2, which in SBS Exhibit 3 is on page 94, it's table 2. And it's the same table. Gigawatt hours should be replaced with kilowatt hours. And that the cumulative net customer achievement in 2021, there was a small typo there. The 2 should be a 5.
Thank you. And have those corrections been redlined and marked on to what you see as SPS Exhibit 3?
Yes, they have.
And if I asked you today the questions in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
With that, hearing examiners, I move for the admission of the direct testimony attachments of Allison McIntyre, as corrected and marked as SPS Exhibit 3.
Thank you. Any objection to the admission of SPS Exhibit 3 as corrected? Seeing none, so admitted.
Okay, Ms. McIntyre, did you prepare rebuttal testimony for this case?
I did.
And do you have with you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 4?
I do.
And can you identify that exhibit for the record?
Yes, that is my rebuttal testimony.
Okay, and does your rebuttal testimony have any attachments?
It does not.
Okay, and do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
I do a similar correction. It's on page 9. And this is a table as well, but it's the same unit correction. Gigawatt hour should say kWh, kilowatt hours, in table ALM R1.
And is that the only correction?
That is the only correction for the rebuttal testimony, yes.
Okay. And is that correction reflected in red line on SPS Exhibit 4?
It is.
And if I asked you today the same questions in SPS Exhibit 4, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Hearing examiners, with that, I move for the admission of the rebuttal testimony and attachment of Allison McIntyre as corrected and marked as SPS Exhibit 4.
Thank you. Any objection to the admission of SPS Exhibit 4? Seeing none, so admitted. Mr. Pearsall, do you pass the witness?
I do. I'm sorry. I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Oh, sounds good. Let's see. That takes us to Mr. DeSalem. Do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bagaco, any questions, sir?
I do have a question or two, maybe even less. It just depends. Good morning, Ms. McIntyre. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. I was going to direct your attention to your rebuttal testimony at page 5, lines 5 through 7.
Okay.
And I understand from that SPS agrees to staff's recommendation regarding SPS's proposed general advertising and promotion program. Am I correct in that?
Yes, we agree to do so.
And for background, then, it's, if you recollect, the recommendation was that SPS be required to evaluate the new program in its next triennial plan to ensure that the program provides the additional benefits it is intended to provide. Is that a fair summation of staff's recommendation?
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you for that. Going forward, could you please confirm that if the commission approves the general advertising and promotion program, that SPS will evaluate the program and provide an explanation of the additional benefits beyond those already provided by the consumer education program that are realized by that new program. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And that explanation would be carried to your next triennial plan?
yes, it would. We would provide a similar explanation to what we do for all of the other programs, including the consumer education, so including the new general advertising program.
And it's you do anticipate or expect that there will be additional benefits, and we're not going to see any sort of duplication there, correct?
I do, yes. And this actually came from some of the programs that are operating within our other business jurisdictions in our other states. So it's common business practice for us, but it is, yeah, confirmed that there is no overlap between the two programs, but they complement each other nicely.
Well, thank you for that. That's all I have, mercifully. I didn't want to come in here and give you the third degree because, like your colleague, I think your testimony was very clear and well written, and I enjoyed reading it. So thank you for that. I'll pass the witness, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Pagacco. I appreciate it. And with that, I believe it's to the hearing examiners. Good morning, Ms. McIntyre.
Good morning.
I reiterate how Mr. Pagacco has characterized your testimony. I also don't have very many questions for you. I just have a couple of questions in your direct testimony about. Let me start with, if you go to page 26 of your direct testimony, so this is SPS Exhibit 3. You talk about proposing to eliminate the heat pump water heater program and moving the measures into the residential HVAC program. Can you tell me, I guess, how did this heat pump water heater program perform up till now?
Yeah, it has been a program that has been slow to grow. And that has been one of the ideas there, is to expand the measures and opportunities that are available underneath that program. Within the residential HVAC program, which was launched just a couple of years ago, we have gotten a third-party implementer to help us do some trade training, get distributors involved, try and really ramp up that market in a unique way. The market that we have down in SPS is different and unique compared to our Colorado and Minnesota territory. So the idea there is that the heat pump water heater program has not been gaining traction as it was currently offered. And so combining those measures into the residential HVAC program will provide some operational efficiencies with having the implementer take over those measures as well, and provide some trade training on those measures as well. So that's the idea there, is to try and gain some additional traction with those heat pump water heaters alongside the residential HVAC program, which is starting to gain some traction.
Okay, so you're eliminating the program, but essentially you're keeping those measures. Yeah, I mean, you're still offering those measures.
We are, yes. The program, it just will change the way the reporting is done. Essentially, from the customer perspective, there's no changes. It will just be, I think, a more seamless offering for them.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. My next question for you, I think this might be my only other question for you, actually. Want to ask you about, this is in your rebuttal testimony, so this is in Exhibit 4, on page 14. This is another recommendation I think that Mr. Alatorre had made. And your last sentence on this page caught my attention, because this was something that was discussed in another very recent energy efficiency case. You make this observation at the end here. You say, Mr. Alatorre's recommendation is also unnecessary.
I'm sorry, please slow down.
Sorry. You say Mr. Alatorre's recommendation is also unnecessary, as SPS is not bound by the annual goal forecast presented in this proceeding. Can you elaborate just a little bit on what you meant when you said that?
I can, and Mr. Lovelady might be able to speak to this as well. So what we are asking for approval of is the portfolio of programs and the budgets. And the forecast that we are putting forward is our best analysis of what the maximum achievable savings are underneath the requirements of the EUEA and the EE rule. Right now, we only have the cumulative goal for 2021 through 2025 from the EUEA. There is no cumulative goal yet set for 2026 through 2030. So the numbers that are provided for the gigawatt hours in this plan are purely a forecast of what we believe is the maximum achievable savings at the budgets that we have provided. And we will have to see what that cumulative goal is set to be for 2026 through 2030. And so those are not necessarily something that we believe we are bound to in this filing.
Okay. I don't believe I have any further questions for you, Ms. McIntyre. I appreciate your testimony. Hearing examiner Barrett, any questions for this witness? You seem to be breaking up.
Just one question.
Hearing examiner
Am I?
Barrett, I think you
I
might
know
be
my-
breaking up a bit.
It keeps freezing up a bit. Can you hear me now? Okay, 1 second.
We can hear you.
Close. You can hear me?
We can hear you. You might
hear me
want to
now?
try. Yeah, you might want to try
Am I
turning
still
off
breaking up?
just a bit. You might want to try turning off your video.
Sure.
Does
that help at all?
Yeah, it seems to help with the audio.
Okay. All right. My apologies for that. The internet seems to be a little bit all over the place. I just have one question, Ms. McIntyre, and it relates to your direct testimony. On page 48 of your direct, it's actually 47 going into 48. Let me know when you're there.
Okay.
You mentioned that the contract for Home Energy Insights program is out for bid, which may potentially result in lower implementation cost. Has that process been concluded since you submitted your testimony, or is that still out for bid?
We have received bids, but the RFP has not been concluded yet. So we're still in the middle of that evaluation process of selecting that new implementer or whoever that implementer will be. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's really my only question for you. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Pearsall, any questions on redirect, sir?
Yes, just one. Ms. McIntyre, do you recall hearing examiner Camp the portion talking about the annual goals discussion?
Yes.
Okay, and do those annual goals, when you say you're not bound by them, do they don't function as a cap on SPS, do they?
No, they do not.
Okay, and will SPS attempt to maximize and, if possible, exceed that forecast?
Yes, we have always intended to. We always strive to hit the maximum achievable savings in any year, regardless of what the forecast was put forward for that year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from any of the parties for Ms. McIntyre? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony this morning, Ms. McIntyre.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Pearsall, you can call your third and final witness, sir.
Okay, SPS calls Taylor Hurt to the stand.
Okay, and Ms. Gonzalez, if you, well, I guess wait until Mr. Hurd is on the line.
Ready? Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Pearsall.
Mr. Hurt, can you state your full name for the record?
Taylor J. Hurt.
Excellent. And can you identify your place of employment?
I'm employed by Southwestern Public Service Company.
And what is your position at Southwestern Public Service Company?
I'm employed as a principal pricing analyst.
And did you prepare direct testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
And do you have with you what is marked as SPS Exhibit 5?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you identify that exhibit for the record?
That is my direct testimony.
Okay, and does your direct testimony have any attachments?
Yes, it does.
And do you have any corrections to your direct testimony and or the attachments?
No, I do not.
And if I was to ask you all the questions in your direct testimony here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
With that, I move for the admission of the direct testimony and attachments Taylor Hurt marked as SPS Exhibit 5.
Thank you. Any objection to the admission of SPS Exhibit 5? Seeing none, so admitted.
Mr. Hurt, did you prepare rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, I did.
And do you have with you what's been marked as SPS Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify that exhibit for the record?
That is my rebuttal testimony.
And does your rebuttal testimony have any attachments?
Yes, it does.
And do you have any corrections to your rebuttal testimony and or your attachments?
No, I do not.
So if I were to ask you today all the questions that are in your direct or your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Okay. With that, I move for the admission of the rebuttal testimony and attachments of Taylor Hurt marked as SPS Exhibit 6.
Thank you. Any objection to the admission of SPS Exhibit 6? Seeing no objection, so admitted.
With that, I tender Mr. Hurt for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. DeSalen, any questions for Mr. Hurt?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Magatko, any questions?
Tiny line of questioning for Mr. Hurt, if I may.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Mr. Hurt, how are you this morning?
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
All right, thank you for your testimony in this case. I don't have too many questions because I think, like your colleagues, it was pretty clear and well written, so I thank you for that. What I would do, though, is direct your attention to your rebuttal.
Okay.
There at page 6, line 7 to line 8, it reads, is SPS also agreeable to filing an amended advice notice number 329? If you answer yes, SPS will file an amended advice notice number 329 upon conclusion of the case. So my question to you then, based on that, is going to be hopefully pretty short and succinct. When you talk about filing the amended advice notice number 329 at the conclusion of the case, are you talking about after a final order is entered in this case by the commission or before then?
I think we would want to have the final order.
Okay, so SPS then will likely or will file the omitted advice notice number 329 upon entry of a final order in this case. Is that a fair recapitulation of what you just said?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you for that. As I said before, I don't have too much else to say because I think it was pretty clear. So there you go. Mr. Hurt, I would pass you as a witness and I appreciate your participation in this case. Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Let me just check one quick item. We do not have hearing examiner Barrett was, I think she's having some bizarre internet issue. We're in the same block in the same building and my internet is fine and hers is not. While we get her back on the line, why don't we just go ahead and take our quick first morning recess for about 10 minutes. And hopefully we'll have the internet sorted out by the time she gets back. So we'll be back at about 10:05. Thank you. All right. So I believe we have everybody except Mr. Bagatko. Mr. Bagatko, are you there, sir? Oh, perfect. Okay.
I am here. Thank you.
All right. Well, Ms. Gonzalez, if you're ready to go ahead and go back on the record.
I am.
Time's okay, perfect. Time is now 10:07. We're back on the record. Where we finished off was Mr. Bagako had just finished his questions for Mr. Hurt. And now it's up to the hearing examiners. So good morning to you, Mr. Hurt.
Good morning.
I have just a few questions for you this morning. I'm debating where to start. I guess let me just start with, let me take you to your rebuttal testimony. So this is SPS Exhibit 6. And let me ask you a bit about rate shock. There's this discussion about, this recommendation from Mr. Alatorre about crediting the full amount of the accumulated underage in either 1 year or 2 years. And he expressed a concern about rate shock. Your answer essentially is that, as I read your testimony, is that you think those concerns are overstated, misplaced, I believe is the actual word that you used.
Yes.
I'm just curious, in 2025, in this type of sort of inflationary environment that we've come through, I mean, what type of dollar amount do you think would be necessary in order to trigger some type of an actual rate shock to your ratepayers?
It may be speculative to say a dollar amount. I would think maybe percentage wise, once you get up like 20%, and maybe that's for sure could be a rate shock. But in this case, we're giving money back to customers. I would think they would want it back sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess the reason I ask is if you go to page 11 of your rebuttal testimony, you give this the statistic here for a typical residential customer using 900 kilowatt hours. This translates to $1.50 in monthly credits over 1 year and 75 cents in monthly credits over 2 years. And I think the point is, I take that point. I think it's relatively well taken that we're not talking about a dramatic dollar amount. We're talking about considerably less than a cup of coffee. As the commission just approaches what is rate shock, I was just interested in hearing if you had any more to say about, what the commission should be concerned about in terms of how large that would have to be in order to actually shock a customer.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's a specific amount that is rate shock. I think that term comes from more of a compounding effect where year after year after year rates are going up is more like where that term comes from.
Right. Okay. And I can explore that, I guess, a little bit more with Mr. Alatorre as well. Let me ask you also about Mr. Alatorre's recommendations with respect to the ICO program.
Okay.
So, going, I guess, to page 24 of your rebuttal testimony, again, SPS Exhibit 6. You make this point about CCAE's proposal would have SPS impermissibly interfere with the activities.
I'm sorry, please repeat after CCAE's.
Yes. CCAE's proposal would have SPS impermissibly interfere with the activities on the customer side of the meter and the business decisions of the customer. And I think that's an interesting concept. And I think staff's witnesses also talked a little bit about this in their testimony. And it occurs to me that, that's sort of, Yeah, there's other ways to look at the issue. I mean, are you interfering with activities on the other side of the meter, or are you just restricting access to certain types of customers? Like, for instance, certain programs are only accessible or only open to lower income customers. That's not really interfering with anybody's, earnings as much as it is simply restricting access to certain types of customers. How would you respond to that type of argument? Because I assume that that's really what CCAE is getting at.
Well, this is what the customer's doing on their side of the business and on their side of the meter. For these commercial programs like this, I'm not sure if there are low income commercial programs or only such things are applicable to commercial. But we've never been in the business of monitoring what the customer, if they have a generator on their system or not.
Okay. Now, I believe that either you talked about this in testimony or it could have been Mr. Lovelady, but did I read in testimony that SPS has previously in the past, not right now, but has previously had an ICO program?
Yes. Yes.
So tell me a little bit about that program. My understanding was, and I guess this was probably in your testimony, I'd have to find it, but that was discontinued some time ago due to lack of participation. Is that correct?
It was discontinued because we did not need it at the time. We were long on capacity, but now we're in the reverse situation and it's needed rather desperately.
Okay. And when it was discontinued, my understanding is you did not have a lot of participants at that time. Is that correct?
So we did have some participants. I don't know for sure, but even if it's just one, it could have been just one customer. But if they're a big customer, that's a big participant. But I'm not sure exactly if there were participants at that time or not.
Okay. Well, I guess let me just ask it this way then. I mean, given your experience, obviously, with these ICO programs, I mean, is SPS confident that you're going to have participation in this particular offering? And if you are confident, what makes you confident that this program will have participation and ultimately be successful?
Yes, we have some interest in the New Mexico jurisdiction, and for the first couple of years, we do anticipate to get a handful of customers to participate. And it's an attractive program because we are only interrupting for a maximum of 160 hours a year. And so that's just a small percentage of the total hours in the year. And we're paying a fairly high rate for this limited number of hours we can interrupt. So if the customer has the availability and is willing to interrupt, then it makes sense for them to get some credit back.
Okay. And let me ask you about something on page 18 of your testimony. This again is the same ICO issue and Mr. Alatorre's recommendation. You talk about the question that's posed to you here is, would Mr. Alatorre's proposed modifications to the program represent a challenge to the program or any challenges? And you explain, I think, that this really is a load management program and not an energy efficiency program. And you point out, I think correctly, that the EUEA is designed to promote both energy efficiency programs and load management programs. And I guess my question when I read that, which I think is correct again, why couldn't one of these programs do both? I mean, why couldn't you have a load management program that also has sort of the energy efficiency benefits that CCAE is looking for?
There are just very minimal energy savings from a load management program. There are very minimal amounts, but for just 160 hours a year for a single customer, That's only 160 hours of energy savings you get. So load management is really just for peak system time periods, and they're not intended to save on energy usage throughout the whole year.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna have to pause you there. I think I have a follow-up, but I'm gonna have to pause you there. Again, our internet problems continue. Hearing examiner Barrett has dropped off. I hate to do this, but I'm gonna have to take a quick recess for another 5 minutes until we can get this sorted out. My apologies. So we'll be off the record for another 5 minutes. Thanks.
Hearing examiner, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear
Okay.
us?
I can.
Okay, good. Yeah, we hear you loud and clear right now.
Okay. My apologies for this. I'm not sure what's going on with the internet at the office today.
It's not your
Seems to
fault.
just be affecting me. All right. Please proceed.
Okay. Right. I'm not seeing Mr. Pearsall back yet. Perfect.
I'm here, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I just didn't turn on my camera yet.
No, no problem. I appreciate it. Okay, time is now 10:23. And we are back. I was asking several questions to Mr. Hurt. And I believe I only have one remaining question for you, Mr. Hurt. Same line of questions, again, about this interruptible credit option program. And you are asked this question on page 17 about whether it would be appropriate for the commission to order SPS to abide by these proposals that CCAE is making. And you talk a little bit about in the absence of a rule, it would not be appropriate to order SPS to modify the program. And I just wanted to explore that answer with you. Again, this is at the bottom of page 17. I mean, are you saying essentially there that with respect to all of these program offerings, the commission has to specify by rule exactly, what types of modifications would be appropriate before considering a recommendation from a party in a case like this? Is that what you're suggesting there?
I'm just suggesting for this particular program, for this interruptible program. So from my understanding, the witness for CCAE said there is such a rule in California for this interruptible type program. And that went through a rulemaking process that was transparent for stakeholders. And it would not be appropriate just for the commission to mandate us to abide by that with no sort of transparency or rulemaking process from our stakeholders.
Okay. All right. Hearing examiner Barrett, I think you're still there. Do you have any questions for Mr. Hurt?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to keep my camera off in the hopes that it helps. I have one just very quick question for Mr. Hurt, and it's more sort of for my own clarification. In your testimony, you talk about there are certain types of businesses that would want to use the ICO, certain types of businesses that would prefer the standby program. And I'm just curious, what are some examples of the kinds of businesses that do sign up for the ICO as opposed to the businesses that would sign up for the standby program?
Well, if it could be different sort of businesses, but a customer with a large generator, such as a natural gas generator, and if they have a high load factor, a business that is using energy all year round, every day of the week, it would make most sense for them to have a generator. And if they did have such a generator, they would be better off on our standby tariff than the ICO tariff.
I guess I was more looking for some examples of specific kinds of businesses. Are we talking about retail businesses, industrial businesses?
Yeah, okay.
Who tends to be, yeah, it was more of a curiosity. Who
So-
tends to be attracted to these programs?
People that use a lot of energy, so industrial, manufacturing, sort of data center type businesses, those type of high use businesses that use a lot of electricity. Ethanol refining, things like that.
All right, great. Thank you. That's very helpful. That's really all the questions I have. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Examiner Barrett. I want to follow up on that question actually, because I think that's very interesting. And I just want to, I guess, just rephrase it. Can you, hearing examiner Barrett was asking you about the ICO program and the standby program. Can you give me again that when we're talking about those specific kinds of businesses, can you tell me maybe these are the types of businesses that would be interested in the standby, and then these are the types of businesses that would be more interested in the ICO?
Gas refining, gasoline refining, or natural gas processing, those type of businesses may have their own generator. High use businesses, maybe they have their own gas on site they can burn. And so if they have a generator like that, they'll likely be on the standby tariff. A trend that we're seeing now is that people that can interrupt quickly and it does not impact their business processes, they're getting more inclined to join the ICO tariff. So on a manufacturing, it may be difficult for them to curtail their load for an hour because it impacts their whole processing. But for like a data center, for example, they can instantly turn on and off and it won't impact their business process.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Pearsall, do you have any questions on redirects?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any last questions for Mr. Hurt? Okay, seeing none, thank you again, Mr. Hurt, for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's see, Mr. Pearsall, you've gone through all of your witnesses. You have any further exhibits to admit, or are you finished with your presentation?
I'm finished with my presentation, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. And that takes us, I believe, in the order of examination of witnesses to CCA's witness, Mr. DeSalem.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy calls Mr. Raymond Alatorre.
Okay, excellent. He can join us on Zoom now. I don't see him on yet, but I'll admit him.
I believe he's connecting now.
Okay, I see him joining. Morning, Mr. Alatorre. Can you hear us, sir?
Good morning. I can hear you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez, if you go ahead and swear in the witness.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go ahead, Mr. DeSalem.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Alatorre. Could you begin by stating your name, please, and spelling it for our court reporter?
Sure. My name is Ramon Alatorre. That's spelled R-A-M-O-N. The last name is A-L-A-T-O-R-R-E.
And what is your place of employment?
I'm employed by the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, better known as SWEEP.
And what is your business address?
It's at 37 something in Boulder, Colorado. I apologize. I work out of home.
Okay. And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
For CCAE.
And have you prepared written testimony in this proceeding?
I have.
And I refer you to a document that's marked as CCAE Exhibit 1. Could you identify it, please?
I believe it is the answer testimony that I wrote in this for this proceeding.
Okay. And did you prepare it?
I did.
And is it true and accurate?
It is.
Are there any changes that you would like to make to it?
Not at this time.
And do you adopt it as your direct testimony today?
I do.
Okay. And are there attachments to your testimony?
Yes, there are 4 attachments.
Okay, let's begin with attachment RA1. Could you identify that, please?
I believe that is my resume.
Okay, and did you prepare it?
I did.
And is it accurate and up to date?
It is.
Okay, and then the attachment that's identified as RA2, could you identify that?
I believe RA2 is um, relevant um, responses from discovery.
Okay, and did you rely on those in preparing your testimony?
I did.
And then could you identify what's been marked as RA3?
Yes, RA3 is a 2-page informational about the California Demand Response Prohibited Resources List for their interruptible program.
Okay, and did you rely on that in your testimony?
I did.
And then RA4, could you identify that, please?
Yes, RA4 is more detailed. The Southern California Edison also illuminating the time of use space interruptible program for California's interruptible program and speaks to the prohibited resources.
Okay, and is that all of the attachments?
I believe it is.
Okay, I would like to move for admission of CCAE Exhibit 1, including the attachments.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalem. Any objection to the admission of CCAE Exhibit 1? Seeing none, it's so admitted.
At this point, Mr. Alatorre is available for cross-examination and questioning. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Mr. Bagacco, do you have any questions for Mr. Alatorre?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Alatorre. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm fine. How are you?
Just fine. Thank you very much for asking. I am, number one, thank you for filing testimony in this case, and thank you for the quality of your testimony. You answered a lot of questions for me. I just have a few things to follow up on. Have you been listening to this proceeding on YouTube this morning?
I have been, yes.
Okay. And you recollect hearing from SPS witness Hurt about questions regarding rate shock. Is that fair to say?
I do.
Okay, so directing your attention to your direct testimony then on page 24, lines 2 through 14, that's where you make a recommendation to refund customers the accumulated underage over 2 years in order to avoid rate shock. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you implement any analysis or some sort of like workup to arrive at that recommendation?
The recommendation was provided, I suppose, in a more recognizing the years of accumulated over collections. We did not have the $1.50 and 75-cent numbers that witness Hurt provided in rebuttal and again today.
Okay. Does that change your recommendation in any way?
I think our concern about rate shock is reduced as a result of the analysis provided by Mr. Hurt.
Fair enough. Thank you. Are there any other cases in which you've offered expert testimony that involved rate shock scenarios against the backdrop of a refund? I'm just curious.
Not that I have provided testimony, and however, Sweep's been involved in cases for over 20 years, and I know that the topic of rate shock has come up when there's been considerable over collections that need to be addressed.
And then your concerns about rate shock are informed, I would think, by the prevailing economics we've seen in the last few years in terms of things getting more expensive for people. Is that fair to say?
It's certainly part of it. And if is a year of significant, suppose relief as a result of the refunding of over collections, the rate shock happens in the following year, and that sort of snapback when, if there's a significant amount of refunding that's happening, and then suddenly it becomes, January 1 of the next year, your bills go up by 10-20%. That can be unexpected and shocking.
Well, thank you for that explanation. Moving along then, do you recall your recommendations regarding limitations on the use of certain resources behind the meter for customers that participate in the interruptible credit option?
I do.
And based on your testimony, you would limit what they could use to fund their operations during curtailment periods to essentially what? Just renewable energy or other non-emitting generation resources?
That would be the case, I believe, for the economic interruptions. We put forward a proposal where the restricted resources would still be allowed to be used during capacity interruptions.
Okay. And the authority you rely on for that recommendation, does it solely reside in what you referenced from California, or did you have any other bases for the recommendation?
We modeled our recommendation based on California. I would say that it was less restrictive than is in California. In California, they were truly prohibited. We called them restricted. In California, I believe they were prohibited in all types of interruptions. And we were interested in certainly getting vision on the types of behind the meter resources that are potentially being used during interruptions, to be able to have an insight and information on the impact of what happens when interruptions are called. And we're certainly concerned about emissions. And so if the interruption that is being called is not for significant capacity related concerns that the grid is experiencing, then we would not want to see those types of just economic interruptions resulting in potentially significant emissions increases.
Is the regime you referenced from California, is that an outgrowth from California statutes or other legislation in California?
It is, yes. I believe it's been developed over the course of years, either in statute or rulemaking. I'm not sure that I would deftly be able to differentiate between which of those two.
Are you aware of any similar hard law, whether in the form of legislation or rules in New Mexico?
I am not.
All right, let's shift gears now to, I guess, I don't know if I'd call it the elephant in the room, but we've seen what's happened in case number 24-154 UT. And I gather you were a witness in that case. It was an El Paso Electric Company energy efficiency case. Am I remembering that correctly?
You are remembering that correctly.
Did you have an opportunity to read the commission's final order issued in 24-00154-UT?
I have read both the recommended decision and the final order.
Does that change or affect in any way the recommendations you've made in this case regarding, I guess, let me see how I would phrase it again. I want to make sure I say this right. It's the avoided emissions benefit you propose to include in the utility cost test.
I don't believe it changes the recommendations.
Okay. And is that because you prospectively anticipate then at some point you would participate in, I don't know, trying to amend the energy efficiency statute, or how would you propose to address the conclusion reached by the commission in the final order from 24/154.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'd like to object here to the extent that Mr. Bogatko is asking for a legal opinion, legal conclusion. These are matters of law that we'll be addressing later. So I just like to voice my objection here.
Bagako, any response, sir?
My response would be, I don't expect him to answer as a lawyer or to provide a legal conclusion, but since he is versed in the application of law and regulatory principles in conveying and deploying his recommendations in the case, I think he does have some room to answer as a subject matter expert in that milieu.
I tend to agree with Mr. DeSalen on this. The way that the question was phrased, asking him how he would propose to address the commission's order, that seems to me to be getting to a legal conclusion or a legal opinion from him. Maybe you want to rephrase, Mr. Bogatko, and get at something a little bit more specific.
Fair enough. I think then that Mr. Alatorre's answered my question to the extent that he can. I would just move along then. Mr. Alatorre, if you're still with us, and I think you are, I see you on the screen, I would now direct your attention to your direct testimony at page 19. And specifically, I'm interested in lines 16 through 18. Are you there yet, sir?
I'm getting there. Page 19, which lines?
16 through 18.
Okay.
And it's an answer to the question posed at line 12, which reads, could CCAE describe what an avoided emissions benefit is? Am I reading that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. And part of your explanation or answer to that question on line 16 through 18, you talk about the consequences of costs of the activity are often experienced or paid by entities outside of those conducting or benefiting economically from the activity. And when you talk about the activity, you're talking about the activity of either deploying an energy efficiency or load management regime, or providing supply side services in the regular course of business. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But then you go on to say that the consequences or cost of such activity are often experienced or paid by entities outside of those conducting that activity, correct?
That is correct.
So when we talk about avoided emissions benefits, then as you propose in your testimony, it's assessing things beyond the scope of activities of the utility and deciding whether or not an energy efficiency load management regime is more economical than business as usual, with staging its supply side resources, procuring those, developing those, and operating those. Is that correct?
I would say that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Alatorre. I will just check my notes a little further because I think I might be on the edge of turning you loose. I appreciate your indulgence. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Alatorre. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I pass the witness.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Pearsall, before I get to you, I'm so sorry to do this. Hearing Examiner Barrett, are you able to hear us? Do you want us to take a recess before Mr. Pearsall's questioning?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
If we could, that would be great. The IT person is working on my computer right now and thinks he may have found the issue. So I may be able to get back to my office, which would be great. So if that's not too cumbersome, it may fix the problem for the rest of the day.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and do that. Again, my apologies to all the parties. This is not what we expected this morning. We'll take a quick 5-minute recess, and hopefully by then we'll have our IT issues worked up. Mr. Bragaco, just FYI, I saw you freezing up briefly. You might want to keep an eye on your internet connection as well, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I will take a look at it.
Okay. All right, we'll be on recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez, I just want to make a couple of comments off the record, so we're not ready to go back on the record just yet.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
no need to type it up. First of all, I do want to reiterate to SPS and to all the other parties, my sincere apologies for the technical problems that we've been having this morning. IT informs us that they are in the process of fixing those. That remains to be seen. Hearing examiner Barrett they're trying to work on her computer right now. We're not ready to go on the record just yet. We're hoping that will be fixed. On top of that, we also have just incredible amounts of drilling immediately outside our offices. So this has been quite the morning. If we are not able to get back online, we do have a plan as far as what we're going to do. We might adjourn until the early afternoon and then start up again. But we appreciate your patience. And again, my sincere apologies for the delays that we've been having this morning. So we'll keep you informed as we'll check in another 5 minutes and hopefully we'll be ready then. Okay. Again, Ms. Gonzalez, if we can stay off the record just
You
for
bet.
now. Okay, here's where we are. Problem's not yet fixed. It's still in the process of being fixed, we think. Rather than just keep everybody waiting around, what we're thinking we should do is take a lunch recess now, maybe come back at 12:30. Does that work for the parties? SPS, is that okay with you?
Yes, that works.
Okay, and Mr. DeSalen, Mr. Bagatko, Mr. Hall, that work for all of you?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you again. My apologies for this. And we'll stay off the record. We'll see you all at 12:30. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
let's see, I don't. Hearing examiner Barrett, perhaps you and I should take the opportunity to do a mic check ourselves. How's your mic working?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, sure can.
I can too.
All right.
All right. We'll see.
Yes, we'll see how this goes. Ms. Gonzalez, we'll wait just a couple more minutes before we start it up.
Oh, okay.
John Bagatko, is your internet still freezing up?
It should be better. He had me go on the telephone Wi-Fi hotspot.
He did that with mine too, and it made a noticeable difference.
All right, we'll see if it holds.
Okay.
Hearing examiner, did you say we have like 1 or 2 more minutes?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I'll be right back.
No worries. And the drilling.
For now.
Knock on wood on that.
So
Yes.
you don't need me anymore, right?
No, you're free to go, Anna. Thank you so much for
Okie
your help.
dokie.
Anna,
Yes, thank
Bye.
you.
thank you, Anna. It is very peaceful without the drilling.
Yeah. So we can start up whenever SPS is ready. I think. All set, Mr. Pearsall?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Gonzalez, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and go back on the record. Thank you all for your patience. The time is now 12:30. Cautiously optimistic that we have resolved our issues that were plaguing us this morning. Thank you all so much for your patience. Where we had left off, I believe Mr. Bagatko had just finished his questions for Mr. Alatorre, and SPS and Mr. Pearsall were next up. Mr. Pearsall, do you have any questions for Mr. Alatorre?
I do, just a couple.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Alatorre, just to be clear, SPS's EELM program portfolio is cost effective, meaning it satisfies the UCT without the inclusion of the avoided emissions benefits, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and one last thing, the inclusion of the cost of avoided emissions benefits in the UCT calculations, as you recommend, would only make SPS's proposed EE programs more cost effective, correct?
I believe that would be the case, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Pearsall. That was actually several questions I was going to ask. I appreciate that. Let's see, Mr. Alatorre, it's good afternoon at this point. Thank you for being with us. I have a few questions for you, sir, about a few different aspects of your testimony. Let me start by asking about the utility incentive mechanism. And I forget which of the SPS witnesses it was, but SPS in response to your testimony about the utility incentive came back with a proposal to sort of modify that incentive and I guess sort of find what could be described arguably as a middle ground between your position and the company's position. Do you have a take on their proposed compromise?
I do. I believe that what was proposed was to move the threshold from 51 gigawatt hours up to 54 gigawatt hours. And we had recommended that that threshold be set at 61 gigawatt hours. But I think the important nuance there is that that recommendation was associated with our recommendations for raising the energy savings goals. So we weren't asking for 61 gigawatt hours so that they had to achieve 95% of their savings goal in order to have the performance incentive mechanism opened. We actually agree with what SPS witness Lovelady was mentioning about 80 to 85% being about satisfactory as the threshold number. But for us, 61 gigawatt hours would be in that 80 to 85% of a savings goal, but it's associated with our recommendation that the savings goals be raised up to 72 gigawatt hours. So they were, I suppose, offering to go up to 54, but there was no recognition or coming up on the savings goal, and we would continue to recommend that the savings goals should be increased and that the threshold for the PIM should be set accordingly.
All right, well, that's helpful. And that was another question that I had for you about those savings goals. There was a bit of testimony from SPS that I think is well taken, that there really aren't annual savings goals embedded within the statute. What I hear you testifying is, although that issue may be in isolation, is not something that the commission needs to decide in this proceeding. What they would need to decide is the utility incentive mechanism, which is then tied to those annual savings targets. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
I think there's elements of that that are true. I know that we recognize on, I believe it's page 9 of my testimony, that certainly the EUEA sets a 5-year target, but I think looking at that 5-year target and trying to assess what is the approximate annual amount of savings that needs to be accomplished in order to satisfy that 5-year target is at least informative or instructive. The 5-year target has not yet been set for the upcoming EUEA period, but we certainly spent some time in testimony sort of anticipating what the next 5-year target might look like based on working group sessions that discussions that have been happening and otherwise. And so our belief is that the 5-year target is going to be increasing, and that the goals in this proceeding from that annual perspective, again, not the EUA doesn't set it like annual goals, but they should be on pace for what we are looking forward to and forecasting as being likely.
Okay. But I mean, I guess just to sort of cross that a little bit, I mean, one of the points that SPS made that I think is well taken again is that those goals, or that 5-year target, is something that is something that's going to be set outside of this proceeding, right? Correct. I mean, if we outside of the context of the incentive mechanism, I guess in the context of this case, what is the significance of those annual goals?
I believe with those sort of anticipating what the 5-year for savings goal may be, again, annualizing, we want the performance mechanism to be informed sort of by some of those back of the envelope numbers, if you will, that they should be achieving, again, somewhere in that range of 80 to 85% of what is going to be necessary in order to satisfactorily meet the 5-year savings goal. And I believe at the levels that they are recommending for that performance, not only for the performance incentive, but for those annual savings goals, that we feel that that is an underestimate, and that the PIM would be awarded for what would probably be in the 70-ish percentile of savings achieved in order to be on track.
Let me ask you just a little bit about the history of SPS's 2021 to 2025 savings goal. You talk a little bit about this in your testimony. starting on page 5, I believe. And you talk about this, study that was done, and that ultimately I think was contributed to the to a revised savings target for SPS. Can you tell me how that study worked? Was CCAE involved in that study?
CCAE was involved in the proceeding. We were not involved in the study. I believe the study was presented by SPS. I can't recall who it was that they may have worked with in order to develop the study, but it's known as a potential study. And so the potential study was brought forward during the proceeding that I cited, and was sort of demonstrating the difficulty that SPS would have in being able to meet the 5-year savings goal of 5% based on 2020 retail sales. And so they presented, here's what we believe is possible. They had some, I believe, maximum scenarios as well as preferred scenarios. And ultimately, that study informed what it was that the commission decided should be SPS's adjusted 5-year savings target.
And I'm assuming, you talk a little bit about, the need behind that proceeding, that they were not able to meet that actual statutory target. And you allude to this on page 5 of your testimony, talk about the unique circumstances of SPS's service territory. I assume that those unique circumstances are, number one, a large portion of their load coming from large customers, and what other unique circumstances? I'll leave it open-ended. What are those unique circumstances, just so I'm not assuming what that is?
I would say that your assumption is correct. It's the sort of customer profile in SPS territory, less residential, less small commercial, more of some of the larger customers. So when comparing against EPE or PNM, there's just sort of a different split of customer classes.
Now, let me pivot to a different subject. I don't actually have any questions for you about, I don't think, about the UCT. I think that was covered by Mr. Pearsall. My next question to you relates to the energy efficiency rider and the energy efficiency reconciliation rider that the companies proposed. There was some talk about rate shock. I don't need to explore that, I don't think. I want to ask you about, there's a reference on page 23 of your testimony, lines 19 and 20. This is, again, the CCAE Exhibit 1. You talk about CCAE believes that the energy efficiency reconciliation rider is needlessly complicated, and that the presence of 2 energy efficiency riders on bills will be confusing to customers. I see that as a distinct argument from the rate shock point. Can you elaborate just a little bit more about your concern about, I guess, confusing customers?
I think having uncomplicated bills is something that we are often advocating for across the region. To have multiple energy efficiency riders, one that is positive, one that is in the sort of refund direction, does seem needlessly complicated in our opinion. If you could wrap it all up in a single rider, either by requesting a variance or otherwise, we think that would be cleaner.
Sorry, the drilling has started again. So let me just then, I guess, follow up. So, you talk about, the need to have simple bills. In your experience, I mean, are you talking about the residential class? Is that what you're getting at?
certainly with the residential class, perhaps commercial and industrial customers may be somewhat more sophisticated, but most residents, want a simple bill and don't want to have to become energy experts in order to understand all of the different components.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll move on. So now let me ask you just a couple of questions about this issue of the interruptible credit option, the ICO. There's a number of different arguments that SPS has made in response. I'll ask you about a couple of them. But before I do that, let me just ask you about, you give the example of California and how California has adopted this prohibited resource list, and they have, I think, a rule that, sort of gives these participants different options. Is California the only state, to your knowledge, that has done this, or are there other states that have imposed similar restrictions with respect to interruptible credit options?
There are other states that have implemented the prohibited resources list. I'm not aware. We did limited our research to the known California example.
Okay. All right. Okay. And one of the points that SPS made, and I don't remember exactly which witness made this point, but there was some concern that making the program more complicated with respect to behind the meter generation would potentially inhibit participation. Do you know if that has occurred in California, at least to your knowledge?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, fair enough. Let me ask you another one of the points that Mr. Hurt made on behalf of SPS in rebuttal was this concern that, or I guess just the observation that, limiting behind the meter generation in this context of this program is somewhat moot in light of the standby program. Do you have a response to that at all?
I certainly thought that it was interesting to learn more about the standby program. We had not performed independent analysis to understand or to make a declaration as to which program particular customers would be more likely to opt into. I don't think that necessarily sways our interest in ensuring that we have some vision on what the impact of we're worried about unintended consequences. It's great to develop and offer a sizable demand response program. We support that, but we want to know sort of what is happening as a result of those interruptions. As proposed, there's no knowledge at all about what's going on behind the meter. There's no ability to determine whether or not, as a result of these interruptions, if we're having 160 hours where suddenly the emissions are really spiking, and we can't, without vision, we can't understand what the impact of the program is. We wouldn't be able to revisit it in future years to be able to say this is what happened as a result of this program from an emissions standpoint. So we're wanting to strongly encourage that we get some vision on what the emissions impact is of these programs and to potentially even put guardrails around it.
Well, I guess help me understand that, because you're talking about having vision into what's happening, I guess, behind the meter here. But it occurs to me, are you asking for vision, or are you essentially, my understanding is what you're asking for is to prohibit the use of certain resources, right? So I don't know that that's so much vision as far as what's going on as much as it is just simply prohibiting that type of conduct.
I think it can be both. Certainly, the way that we presented it was to get that attestation of behind the meter resources. We want to know, of customers who are signing up for the program, that how many, what the nameplate capacity of their behind the meter resources are and what type of resources those are. We had also mentioned that, our proposal was to be not necessarily as strong as California's, to allow the use of those resources during capacity and contingency events. And so that's where I think it would be appropriate to describe it as vision, where the the interruption is called and we are anticipating that those resources are likely being fired up. We have an idea of what the nameplate capacity is, um, what the resources are, and sort of what their fuels are, etc. And the only prohibition would be during the economic events because those are more discretionary and less about the contingency and capacity, sort of high impact events that would be called by SPS.
Okay. And then the last argument that I want to get a response to from you is SPS made this point. I think it was Mr. Hurt in particular made this point that essentially your proposals, plural, with respect to the ICO would have the company sort of improperly interfering with its customers' behavior and activities behind the meter. How would you respond to that particular argument from the company?
I think that one I would struggle to respond to in terms of it feels like perhaps something that is legally based. I'm not sure about what the company is and is not allowed to sort of prescribe. And I think there's elements to being able to determine eligibility for programs, right? And then the company is able to determine eligibility criteria.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Alatorre. I appreciate it. Hearing Examiner Barrett, questions for Mr. Alatorre?
All of my questions were covered by the other cross-examiners, so I don't have any questions for you today, but thank you for your testimony. It was very helpful.
Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. DeSalen, any questions on redirect, sir?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any final questions for Mr. Alatorre before we release him? Seeing none. Mr. Alatorre, thank you very much for being with us this morning and this afternoon, and your patience. And at long last, sir, you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. DeSalen, I believe that is the conclusion of your case, sir. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to Mr. Bagacco, staff. You're up, sir.
Thank you. I would call Alicia Leyva-Tissero to the stand.
Thank you. And I assume she'll be joining us. I see her in the waiting room right now.
All right.
Okay, looks like she's with us. Ms. Gonzalez, if you'd please swear in the witness.
Sure. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Oh, I can't hear you. I'm sorry, you're muted.
Yeah, you appear to be muted, Ms. Leyva-Tissero.
I'm so sorry about that. Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Bagacco.
All right, Ms. Leyva-Tissero, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am all right. I am ready to get some evidence, hopefully moved into evidence. So let's start with what's been provisionally marked as Staff Exhibit 1, which is your direct testimony that was filed in this case. Do you have a copy of that handy?
Yes, I do.
And what was the date that that was prepared and filed?
April 7, 2025.
And you prepared that testimony in the course and scope of your employment with the PRC as the Economics Bureau Chief, correct?
That's correct.
You just take a moment and go through Staff Exhibit 1 to make sure that it is complete and accurate, including the, I believe, 4 exhibits that you attach to it.
Yes, it appears to be complete and accurate.
And I understand that you do not have any corrections to make to what we have there in front of you as Staff Exhibit 1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And now finally, Ms. Leyva-Tissero, if you were asked the same questions today at this public hearing as what we see posed there in Staff Exhibit 1, would your answers to those questions still be the same? Or would you have caused a change of now here at this public hearing?
My answers would be the same.
Okay. Well, with that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of Ms. Labor Tesero's direct testimony marked as Staff Exhibit 1 into the record for this case, please.
Thank you, Mr. Pagacco. Any objections to the admission of Staff Exhibit 1? Seeing none, it's so admitted.
All right. Moving along, Ms. Labor Tesero, I would now direct your attention to what has been labeled as corrected Staff Exhibit 2, which is comprised of your rebuttal testimony filed in this case. Do you have a copy of that handy?
Yes.
And what was the date of filing on the cover of the corrected Staff Exhibit 2?
April 21, 2025.
And again, the rebuttal testimony that you submitted in this case was done pursuant to the course and scope of your employment with the commission as the Economics Bureau Chief, correct?
Correct.
And as we did before, would you just take a moment to flip through Staff Exhibit 2, corrected Staff Exhibit 2 to make sure, number one, excluding for the moment the correction that we did make, that everything else in there is as it should be.
Yes, it is.
Okay, now turning to the issue of the correction, I understand it was a correction made on page 5, footnote 7. Does that meet with your recollection?
Yes.
Would you please explain to the hearing examiners and everybody assembled here the nature of that correction there on page 5 in footnote 7?
Yes, so the reference should have been to the National Standard Practice Manual for Assessing Cost Effectiveness of Energy Efficiency Resources, rather than to the National Standard Practice Manual for Benefit Cost Analysis of Distributed Energy Resources. So the page numbers and appendix were correct, but it was the wrong document title and the link that were incorrect there.
And to be clear, the only mismatch resided there in the citation contained in footnote 7, correct?
Yes.
And the testimony in your rebuttal that addresses the NSPM is matches up with the citation to the 2017 document, which is what you intended to begin with, but got mixed up with the 2020. Is that a fair summation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now that we've established that, I would then ask you, with that correction made, would all of the questions that we see posed there in your rebuttal still elicit the same responses today at this public hearing, or would you have some reason to change any of those?
My responses would be the same.
Well, thank you very much for that, Ms. Labor-Tesero. With that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move for admission into the evidentiary record, corrected Staff Exhibit 2, which is comprised of Ms. Labor-Tesero's rebuttal testimony filed in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Pagacco. Any objection to the admission of Staff's Exhibit 2 as corrected? Seeing none, it's so admitted. And while we're on the subject, Mr. Pagacco, please do remember to upload at your convenience later today the corrected version to Dropbox.
I did so during our break, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I hope you got it.
Let me check, because I thought I just checked and I didn't see it. I see it. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Pagacco. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for your patience. With that, then, I would tender Ms. Labor-Tesero for cross-examination by the parties who are interested or examination by our esteemed hearing examiners.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And consulting the order of cross-examination provided by SPS, it looks like Mr. DeSalen, you are first up, sir. Do you have any questions for Ms. Labor-Tesero?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I do have just a couple of questions. Shouldn't take very long.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Labor-Tesero. My name is my name is Charles DeSalen, and I'm an attorney representing Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy in this proceeding. Now the questions that I have for you go to your rebuttal testimony, which is Staff Exhibit 2. and it goes to the utility cost test issue that you address in your rebuttal testimony. What I'd like to ask you is, first of all, to sort of put aside the statute and what the statute requires. We're gonna talk about that later. So I want to ask you just with respect to or just as a policy matter, without getting hung up on this what the statute says. Would you agree with me that emissions of harmful air pollutants is something that the commission should consider in approving an energy efficiency plan? Again, as a policy matter.
I do believe that it is something that, avoiding emissions is a benefit of energy efficiency programs, but I don't believe that that's the primary goal of the Efficient Use of Energy Act or the energy efficiency rule. That is to reduce energy consumption and demand, but I do think it is an important consideration.
Okay, and then thank you. And I would ask you the same question about emissions of greenhouse gases. Would you agree that that is something that, as a policy matter, the commission should be taking into consideration?
My answer would be the same there.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Leber-Tercero. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalen. Mr. Pearsall, any questions for Ms. Leber-Tercero, sir?
No, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Pearsall? I didn't quite catch that.
No.
Okay. You. Okay, so I believe that takes us to the hearing examiners. Good afternoon, Ms. Leber-Tercero. Thank you for being with us.
Good afternoon.
I just have a couple of questions for you. Let me start by asking, in terms of the financial incentive that the utility incentive mechanism that SPS is proposing, do you have a perspective? I don't think I saw it, and if it was in your testimony or Mr. Jimenez's testimony, you can just direct me to where it is. But do you have a position on, and maybe you wouldn't actually have had an opportunity as I think about it because you didn't see the company's rebuttal testimony until after you submitted your own, but do you have a position on their proposed sort of compromise modifications to their utility incentive mechanism?
Yes, so it was me that addressed the financial incentive in my testimony, and I recommended approval of the incentive mechanism as proposed because I believe that it complies with the statute and the rule, and it's consistent with prior commission approvals regarding the structure of the mechanism itself. But staff is certainly not opposed to an incentive mechanism that would encourage greater energy savings. And that said, I believe that the compromise position from SPS is a reasonable one.
Okay. Yes, and I should have been, I didn't phrase my question very clearly. I did see your testimony about the financial incentive. I meant, I was asking more specifically just about the proposed modifications that the company had offered in rebuttal. And I think the answer to this question, based on what you've just told me, is yes. But is that compromise, should the commission feel that that is an improvement on their initial proposal?
Yeah, I think as far as encouraging greater energy savings, yes, it is an improvement, and staff actually had similar recommendations to encourage greater savings in SPS's last energy efficiency plan that was somewhat similar to this one, where we had that 85% level rather than 80%.
Okay, thank you. And let me ask you, while we're on the subject of the incentive mechanism and sort of the savings targets, I had a few questions for Mr. Alatorre that we're following up on some of the points that SPS had made in testimony. As the commission is looking at the context of SPS's plan and these annual goals, my understanding, and I'm checking to see if this is your understanding as well, my understanding is that the primary relevance and the primary importance of those annual targets in the context of this plan is as they relate to the financial incentive. Is that correct?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. And outside the context of that financial incentive, given that the commission is going to be, issuing, through a separate proceeding, is going to be making a decision about that 5-year statutory target. Is that an issue outside of the financial incentive that the commission needs to decide in this proceeding?
I
to your
don't,
knowledge?
I don't believe so. The recommendations that I've made here in my testimony are based on the information that we have in this case and the statutes and the rules that currently exist. And I don't think it would be appropriate to make decisions on something that we don't yet know from this other proceeding, which hasn't been decided yet.
Okay, thank you. I have just a few other questions on other subjects, or at least one more. Just a couple questions about the UCT. And like Mr. DeSalen, I'm trying to avoid, getting into the law. So that's not where I'm going with these questions. Let me ask you about, you make an interesting point on page 10 of your rebuttal testimony. So this is Staff Exhibit 2. You make an interesting point about energy affordability in the context of the avoided emissions benefit. My understanding essentially is what you're saying there is, by including additional benefits into the calculation of the UCT, potentially more expensive programs down the line could ultimately be approved by the commission. Is that a fair sort of summary about what you're saying there?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then my last question for you, and I asked the company, I think a similar question. On page 5 of your testimony, you talk a little bit about the 3 different tests here that are used to determine cost effectiveness of these programs in the energy efficiency context, the UCT, the TRC, and the SCT. Can you walk me through essentially the differences, I guess, between those 3 tests?
Sure, and then this is kind of the reason why I referenced the older manual here, because it had a more detailed description of the benefits that are included in each of these cost tests that I discussed in my testimony. So as you can see from those explanations, the UCT looks at the utility costs and benefits. It looks at it from the utility perspective and doesn't necessarily recognize the environmental benefits. And then when you get to the total resource cost test, then that adds to that and includes participant benefits and looks at it from both the utility perspective and the participant perspective. And then the societal cost test builds on that even further and includes the utility costs, the participant benefits, and then those societal benefits.
Okay. And my understanding, just based on your testimony, and my understanding of the issue just generally, you refer to those 3 as the traditional cost effectiveness tests. And so what I gather from your testimony is that essentially those are the 3 tests that are generally used across the country, and depending on the jurisdiction, the laws of that jurisdiction would clarify which of those tests is being used. Is that correct?
I believe so. There are other tests, but yes, I think these are, some of the main ones that are used.
Okay. All right. And let me just quickly just make sure I've asked you all of the questions that I had. I believe that's all the questions I have. I have additional questions on other subjects, but I think those are Mr. Jimenez. So thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Leyba-Trussero. It was very helpful.
Thank you.
Hearing Examiner Barrett, any questions for Ms. Leyba-Trussero?
I just have one, and it's more of a clarifying question. than a policy question. If you go to your direct testimony, page 30, please. Let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Right in the middle of the page, starting at line 7, you're talking about impacts on the cost effectiveness of the different portfolios or programs. And you say, in addition, the expansion of bonuses, increasing other program incentives, et cetera. When you use the term bonuses there, are you talking about the incentives, or is there something else that is being taken into account that we're not aware of? I just hadn't seen the term bonuses used.
No, and that's more along the lines of the incentives and increasing the spending on the programs.
Okay, so that's not introducing a new element. That's just what we've been talking about.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to be sure. But other than that, everything has been covered. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Bogacco, any questions on redirect?
You know what? Not necessary, but thank you for asking.
Okay, no problem. Any final questions from any of the parties for Ms. Leba-Tucero? Okay, seeing none. Again, Ms. Leba-Tucero, thank you very much for your testimony. We have appreciated it.
Thank you.
And you are excused. And with that, Mr. Bogacco, I believe that brings you to your second witness.
All right, my second and last witness, unless you want me to bring some other people, it's Edison Jimenez. Edison, if you're out there, we need you to come on in.
I see him joining now.
All right.
Let's see. Dr. Jimenez, are you with us, sir?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. We can't see you yet.
I believe
There
you
you
can
are.
see me now.
There you are. Perfect. All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Gonzalez, if you'd please swear in the witness.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Bogacco.
Thank you. Dr. Jimenez, how are you today?
Good, and you?
I am all right. I'm going to work on getting your testimony moved into the record. So if you'll bear with me, I'd like to direct your attention to what's been provisionally marked as Staff Exhibit 3, which is comprised of your direct testimony that was filed in this case.
Yes.
And you've got a copy of that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And what was the date on which you filed that direct testimony?
April 7, 2025.
And this was the testimony that you prepared, filed in this case pursuant to your duties as an employee of the Utility Division of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, correct?
Correct.
And you are an economist, right?
Yes.
With the PhD.
Yes.
Congratulations. Would you please just take a moment, flip through what's been marked as Staff Exhibit 3 and make sure that it is a complete and accurate rendition of your direct testimony filed in this case, inclusive of any attachments.
Yes, it looks complete.
Thank you. And now I understand, Dr. Jimenez, that you do not have any corrections to make to Staff Exhibit 3. Am I correct in that belief?
Yes, correct.
And then the other question I would have for you is, all those questions in that direct testimony elicit written answers. Now, today here at this public hearing, would you have any cause to change your answers to those questions as we see posed in that direct testimony?
No, I will answer the same questions, the same answers.
Thank you for that, Dr. Jimenez. With that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of Staff Exhibit 3, the direct testimony of Edison Jimenez, PhD, into the record for this case, please.
Thank you, Mr. Bagacco. Any objections to the admission of Staff Exhibit 3? Seeing none, so admitted.
All right, Dr. Jimenez, if you'll bear with me, I've got one more. You know what it is. It's your rebuttal testimony, and it's been provisionally marked as Staff Exhibit 4. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Would you please tell me what is the date of filing of that rebuttal testimony?
April 21, 2025.
And again, that testimony, that rebuttal testimony was filed by you in this case pursuant to your duties as an economist with the NMPRC Utility Division staff, correct?
Correct.
Would you please take a moment, Dr. Jimenez, and flip through Staff Exhibit 4, your rebuttal, and make sure that it is a complete and accurate rendition of what you caused to be filed in this case?
Yes, it's complete and accurate.
And I understand that you do not have any corrections to make to that rebuttal. Is that correct?
No, I don't.
And finally, Dr. Jimenez, would your answers to the questions we see posed in the rebuttal change any at this public hearing today, or would they be the same as what we see in that rebuttal?
They will be the same.
Thank you for that. With that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move for admission of Staff Exhibit 4, the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Jimenez, into the evidentiary record for this case, please.
Thank you, Mr. Bagacco. Any objection to the admission of Staff Exhibit 4? Seeing none, Staff Exhibit 4 is admitted.
Well, thank you for that. And with that, I would tender Dr. Jimenez for cross-examination by interested parties and, of course, examination by our hearing examiners.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Once again, consulting the order of cross-examination, looks like we are at with you, Mr. DeSalen. Any questions for Dr. Jimenez?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And what about you, Mr. Pearsall? Any questions on behalf of SPS?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, sounds good. And that brings us to the hearing examiners. Hello, Dr. Jimenez. Thank you for being with us.
Good afternoon.
I have just a few questions for you. Similar questions to those that were sort of raised with CCAE's exhibit witness, Mr. Alatorre, about I want to ask you in particular about the ICO and your testimony about that. Let me ask you one of the questions that I asked Mr. Alatorre. His testimony and yours as well talks a little bit about the example of California. Can you tell me any more than what we know already in the record about other states and whether they have adopted sort of similar recommendations to those being advocated by CCAE in this case?
I'm not aware of other states applying this. The moment I'm only aware of the California example.
Okay, but you are aware, I'll phrase it open-ended. Are you aware of other states where their utilities have implemented interruptible credit options?
I know Excel company, the parent company of SPS, has implemented this or have the purpose to implement this also in Texas with the same characteristics and the same credits.
Okay. And in those states, to clarify, based on your understanding, there is no prohibited resource list, anything like that?
No, I'm not aware of that. I believe the Texas example, last time I checked, was still in the process of being approved. At this moment, I don't know. I'm not aware if was finally approved or not. But I believe Excel also operate in other states. But again, I'm not aware if they have this implemented in those states.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you a couple other questions. Again, about this ICO. One of the points that you make, if I can find it here, one of the points that you make, if you go to page 7 of your rebuttal testimony,
Page
So this
second,
is
please.
staff exhibit 4, I believe.
Page 7, yes.
Page 7, lines 5 through 7. And you make this statement about the commission does not have jurisdiction to regulate customers and the generation resources they utilize behind the meter as it is to supervise and regulate public utilities. Want to set aside the question about jurisdiction. That's more, I think, a question for Mr. Bagatko. But let me just ask you, it occurs to me, and I asked this question to SPS, and I'll ask you the same question. I mean, a lot of this really depends on the way that you're framing the issue. One way, as the company has phrased it, and you have phrased it here about whether we're regulating customers and the generation resources that they utilize. But another way of looking at the same issue would seem to me to be you're not so much regulating the customers as much as you are regulating the offering of the utility. Am I misunderstanding the situation? Is that sort of I'm just not understanding the issue well enough, or is that indeed a different way of looking at this issue?
You are correct. That's a good interpretation, yes.
Okay. So a few other questions. Are you familiar with SPS's standby program?
No, I'm not familiar.
Okay. All right. So you're not in a position, one of the points that Mr. Hurt made that I thought was very interesting, and hearing Examiner Barrett and I think both asked questions about it, about, whether these concerns about behind the meter generation, whether that's essentially moot in light of that standby program. You don't have an opinion about that, I take it, if you're not familiar with that standby program. Is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have about the ICO program. Let me ask about, I guess, this energy efficiency rider and the energy efficiency reconciliation rider. CCAE has expressed some concern about rate shock. They've also expressed a concern about confusing customers. Let me ask you about that latter concern there, as I'm phrasing it, the confusion to customers. Is that a legitimate concern in your mind?
It could happen for certain customers that are not very familiarized with the structure of the bill. But it's not one of my concerns. I don't believe it's one of staff's concerns. I believe it's a good proposal and should be approved.
Okay. And what about this argument about rate shock? Is there, do you avoid rate shock by dividing this, into 2 years instead of 1 year, as CCA has proposed?
I don't, as SPS witness, Taylor Hort said, he arrived to the same number than me, 1.30, I believe. I don't consider this in 1 or 2 years could affect customers through a rate shock. I believe the amount is pretty low. The amount to be refunded is like around 5 millions, and it can sound like it's a big number. But then when you divide it in the number of kilowatt customers, each customer will only receive one something dollars per month, and then it's over. And this, I don't consider this could affect them in a rate shock. It will need the reimbursement or the refund will need to be like way higher. Like to
Okay.
put them in a position like they are paying less this year and then the next year they pay more. It will need to be a higher amount.
Yeah, and let me ask you that. I mean, that thought obviously occurred to me, and that was one of the questions I asked. I believe it was Mr. Hurt. Might have been a different SPS witness. I don't remember, but at what point do you cross the line between, a fairly small bill impact to something as dramatic as rate shock? I mean, what type of I think what SPS pointed out was you should be looking at it more on a percentage basis than a dollar basis, and I suppose that's reasonable. But essentially, what is, in practical terms, what should the commission consider to be a rate shock?
Well, rate shock can be subjective. Every person or every party can have a different opinion that how much can be. Staff doesn't have like a standard, a table to say, okay, this is rate shock, but we think something above 18-20% could seem considered like a rate shock. In this case, it's not nearly close to that.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. I believe that's all the questions I have for you, Dr. Jimenez. But again, I thank you for your testimony. Hearing Examiner Barrett, any questions for Dr. Jimenez?
I just have a couple. Can you hear me? I had to put my headphones on because they're
Yes.
jackhammering here now.
Yes, I can
Okay.
hear you.
I actually have the same question for two different topics. The first is regarding the ICO programs. Do the other New Mexico investor-owned utilities have ICO programs in place?
No, that I'm aware. No.
They don't. Okay. And then similarly, in regards to the situation SPS finds itself in right now, where they have a substantial amount of money that they need to refund to customers because of overcollections in past years, have either of the other two, PNM or EPE, had to deal with a similar situation in New Mexico with their customers?
Can you rephrase your question?
So the fact that SPS is proposing the double rider, the reconciliation rider, as a means to refund to customers a significant amount of overcollection that has happened and accumulated over the past few years or terms, have either PNM or EPE run into a similar problem with their EELM programs? Have they had to refund significant amount of monies to their customers because of overcollection?
I'm not aware of that for other utilities, but I cite and I mentioned in my testimony that SPS, for example, in the past have another reconciliation rider for another programs for the RPS. So this is not something new for them. At this moment, I don't know if for energy efficiency in other utilities, they have implemented this reconciliation rider.
Okay. Those are my only two questions for you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Bogacco, any questions on redirect?
No redirect. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Any final questions for Dr. Jimenez? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Dr. Jimenez. We appreciate it. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
You too. Okay, so before we wrap up the evidentiary portion and move into other matters, let me just circle around. I have the exhibit lists, and I just want to triple check. So with SPS, there's a number of other exhibits that I have on your exhibit list, and I'm assuming they may have just been there potentially for demonstrative purposes. I'm not really sure. But I just want to make sure there wasn't any oversight in terms of getting those admitted. I'm referring to what you marked as exhibits 7 through 11.
That's exactly right, Your Honor. We had to give that list while we were still developing our cross and not knowing exactly where things would go. So we just wanted everybody to have everything in advance. But
okay,
we only have intended to admit 1 through 6, and I believe we got all of those.
Yes, you did. That's what I have. Same question to you, Mr. Bogacco. You have already admitted staff's exhibits 1 through 4. You have another 4 here, 5 through 8. I assume, again, these are there for demonstrative purposes, giving you an opportunity to check me if I'm wrong about that.
That's correct, and I decided I didn't need to use those today, so I forego those. I'm just going to go with the straight 4, the testimonies, and that should do it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I believe that concludes the evidentiary portion of the hearing today. wrap things up a little faster than we expected, a lot faster when you factor in our technical difficulties. So we have the oral argument that we had asked the parties to prepare for. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a 10-minute recess before we do that, to give the parties an opportunity to get ready, anything, just to give you a moment. What I had envisioned was 10 minutes each for SPS, CCAE, and staff. If we need more time, we can certainly take that. And that may, depending on questions from the hearing examiners, maybe that's important. I guess, are the parties okay with starting with 10 minutes? Do you need 15? Is 10 minutes adequate? Mr. Pearsall, I see you unmuting.
10 minutes is more than adequate. We read the order to say brief.
Yes.
And what I've prepared is brief. So.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. DeSalen, you're also unmuted, sir. You have anything to add?
I just want to say that I have approximately 10 minutes for my presentation, but I want the hearing examiners to feel free to interrupt me with questions. And if that happens, it's likely that it'll be more than 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. DeSalen. I do feel free to ask questions, so I'm glad. If we need more time, we will allot you more time, and then we will also respond by offering the same amount of additional time over to SPS and staff as well. So that's how we'll handle that. And Mr. Hall, Emner, didn't have a case. I don't want you to feel excluded. I'm assuming you're not intending to offer oral argument, but if you wanted to get in on all the fun, you can certainly let us know.
I appreciate the offer, hearing examiner. I thought long and hard about what I wanted to say, and it seems pretty clear that everyone else is already going to say it or has said it. So I don't think I need to hear myself talk. So thank you, though.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so it's about 1:30. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 1:40, and we'll start with Mr. Pearsall. He'll have an opportunity to offer an argument. We'll do Mr. DeSalen and then Mr. Bagacco, and then Mr. Pearsall can offer any rebuttal if he wishes to. So, and then we'll move on to post-hearing briefing and those types of subjects. So we'll be on recess for 10 minutes. Thank you all. Okay. Ms. Gonzalez, you ready to go back on the record?
I am. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, we are back on the record. The time is now 1:40. And where we had left off, we had just finished the evidentiary portion of the hearing. And we were going to have our brief oral argument about the avoided emissions benefit. What we talked about was 10 minutes aside, and SPS, as the applicant, does have the right to reserve time. Mr. Pearsall, do you want to preemptively do that, or just see how the argument goes? Do you want to reserve time, I guess is the question.
Yes, I will likely reserve time. I know I won't. Absent any questions from you, and hearing examiner Barrett taking up a good chunk of what I plan to speak, I can't imagine I'm going to get close to 10.
Okay.
So, but
all right.
Feel free, please do. It's always nicer if it's a conversation. So if you have questions, like you said, you're not opposed to interrupting, and I'm happy to have it go that way.
Excellent. All right. Well, I do have the ability to put a timer up, so I'll do that just so we have a sense of fair play. Yes, we will ask questions, I think. So go ahead, Mr. Pearsall, whenever you're ready, sir.
Okay, thank you, hearing examiners. From SPS's perspective, as we sit here today, this is a pretty straightforward legal question. The EUEA defines the utility cost test, and SPS is bound by that definition in implementing its UCT calculations. And in simple terms, as we've talked about throughout this hearing, the UCT is met if the benefits of implementing the programs exceed the costs of implementing the EE and LM program. So, the rub comes in on what are those benefits and costs? Well, the definition defines the costs as the avoided monetary costs associated with developing, acquiring, and operating the associated supply side resources. And the commission, less than a month ago at this point, has said definitively that the avoided emissions benefit is not among those avoided monetary costs associated with developing, acquiring, and operating the associated supply side resources. And they didn't say it in the abstract. They said it in a triennial case in relation to the associated supply side resources that were EE programs. And, this definition, as they've defined it, is consistent with how SPS calculated its UCT calculations. It's consistent with how the commission upheld in the last triennial when CCAE made the same argument about the need to include these. SPS excluded them, and the commission upheld it in the last docket, as reasonable to not do it. And one of the reasons in the last case was similar to here, is regardless of the inclusion of these benefits, SPS's portfolio is cost effective. The only difference is that
Mr. Pearsall, let me just jump in at this point. So I am interested in pursuing that particular line. I mean, I think my question, my fundamental question for you and for Mr. DeSalen and for Mr. Bogatko, do we even get to arguments about your portfolio on this? Do we even get to questions about the statutory language? I mean, I'm looking at a commission decision, I think it's less than 2 weeks ago, and I'm quoting here from page 4, it says, quote, "The commission finds that the plain language of the EUEA's definition of UCT precludes the consideration of the claimed avoided emissions benefit in the calculation of the UCT." I guess my very simple question, are we done? Is that the whole issue?
Yes. In my opinion, we are done as it relates to this case, because the claimed avoided emissions benefit in this case is the same as it was there. And the commission has said under the plain language of the statute, that is not to be included in the UCT. And we went over a minute ago with Ms. Leyva-Teixeira, there are other tests. And if the legislature wants to account for these types of benefits, they can adopt the TRC or the societal test. But until that time, it's a legislative issue. And I think you're exactly right. At this point, unless and until the commission says otherwise, or the legislature changes the law, the avoided emissions benefit is not to be included in the UCT under the commission's plain language of its order.
Okay. And let me, I guess, follow up on sort of where you were going before I asked my question. Let's, for the moment, let's put a pin in the commission's decision and just take this case on its merits. If we didn't have that precedent, essentially, if we were just addressing this issue anew, one of the questions that I had from the beginning of this case was, you know, SPS has already provided an analysis under the UCT without including the avoided emissions benefit. It looks like the portfolio already passes that test. At that point, is this an issue that is before the commission in the context of your case, or is it an issue that the commission would still need to address? Again, setting aside this decision from a couple of weeks ago.
No, I don't believe it is. I believe you're hitting on the point when we say it's already cost effective. Mr. Alatorre conceded it's already cost effective, meaning it satisfies the UCT. And if you include it and it's more cost effective, it doesn't make any difference relative to the programs and satisfying the rule. All it does is show that you have more benefits than you otherwise would have. And frankly, the only recommendation that CCA has put is just, we'll add that number there. And it seems like it's more about making a policy point than it is with regard to making a decision, which, you know, you and Hearing Examiner Barrett are charged with, as to whether the portfolio itself satisfies the rule. Clearly, it's already cost effective and it is checked that box.
Thank you. Right now, I don't have any further questions for you. Hearing Examiner Barrett, any questions for Ms. Pearsall?
I don't have any right now. Thank you.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause this somehow. You have 4 minutes, Mr. Pearsall. I'm going to write that down so that, and I'm going to add, you know, if there's any time that we add to Mr. DeStalen, I'll add to that 4 minutes, and you don't have to fill it all if you don't want to. Okay, Mr. DeSalem, you are up, sir, whenever you're ready. And you're on mute.
Thank you. I press the button sometimes and my computer doesn't listen to me.
It happens.
Thank
Not
you,
the
Mr.
worst
Hearing
tech
Examiner.
problem we've had.
So I want to address the questions that you had, but I'll just go ahead into my argument here. And there are two primary points here that I want to make. The first deals with the specific wording of the definition of the utility cost test in the Efficient Use of Energy Act. And the second is the overall purpose and the structure of the statute. So first of all, as far as the utility cost test is concerned, as we've discussed, it's essentially a cost-benefit analysis. So on the one hand, you look at the cost to the utility of the individual energy efficiency project, and on the other hand, you look at the avoided costs of producing the electricity that would be necessary if not for the energy efficiency projects. So there are two halves to the equation, and then that's expressed in a ratio. You divide the avoided cost by the cost of the project. If it's more than one, then it's cost effective. If it's less than one, it's not cost effective. And the definition in the statute basically follows this equation. But I think you need to look at it carefully because, and I'm going to read through it. It's in section 62-17-4, subsection K of the statute. And it says that the utility cost test means a standard that is met if the monetary costs that are borne by the public utility and that are incurred to develop, acquire, and operate the energy efficiency or load management resources on a life cycle basis. So that's the first half, okay? That's the cost of the utility. And then it goes on, are less than the avoided monetary costs associated with developing, acquiring, and operating the associated supply side resources. Okay, so those are the avoided costs. So you've got two halves to the equation, but it's very significant that the limiting words borne by the public utility are only in the first half of the definition, only in the first half of the equation, which means it limits the costs. The side of the equation where we're looking at the cost to the utility. And so the legislature used in the same definition two different wordings. It chose to use two different wordings, and I think that had to have been intentional. So the limitation applies in the first half of the equation, but not in the second half of the equation. The second thing I want to mention is the purpose and structure of the statute. And again, I'm going to read a little bit from the statute, section 62-17-3.
Let me just
And I
ask
won't-
one clarification question, Mr. DeSalen.
Yes.
Just before you launch into the second half of that, let me go back to the definition of the utility cost test just for a second. So essentially what your argument is, if you sort of bifurcate that definition into the monetary costs borne by the public utility, you're saying that from a literal, literally interpreting the statute, you can still get to the avoided emissions benefit because that second half doesn't say the monetary costs avoided by the utility. It just says the avoided monetary costs associated with developing, acquiring, and operating. Is that your argument?
Yes, that is correct, hearing examiner Kreinkamp. And I would say that that is a plain language or plain meaning argument.
Can I expand on hearing examiner Kreinkamp's question? If the approach that we're taking to this argument is parsing the language of the statute to this level of specificity, how do you reconcile their use of the term monetary?
Because we are talking about monetary costs here, hearing examiner Barrett, and actually in
How are the avoided emissions cost monetized in New Mexico?
Yes, they are. They can be, and in fact they are. And in the El Paso Electric case, there was evidence introduced that was basically an EPA document, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency document, in which EPA has monetized on a dollar per ton basis the cost of emissions of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. And that's something that EPA has developed over a number of years. I think it's over 10 years now, with input from a lot of different interested parties, a lot of different stakeholders. And so we have a monetary cost here.
Are those numbers given by the EPA consistent across the country, or are they different in different states and areas? For example, the cost of avoided emissions in Los Angeles versus the cost of the same amount of avoided emissions in North Dakota, for example, or is it one consistent number no matter where you are?
As I recall, the numbers are consistent across the country, so there's nothing specific for New Mexico, but there are distinctions made according to the type of facility that is emitting them. So there is some differentiation that is included in EPA's analysis.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. DeSalen, I know that you're almost certainly going to need more time, and we'll give you the time that you need. But you have this other argument that you're going to get to about the context of the statute, and I do want to hear that argument. But I do want you to respond just because it's at the very forefront of my mind. The same question that I posed to Mr. Pearsall. So let's just say hypothetically, hearing examiner Barrett and I walk away and we conclude CCA is exactly right on the law. The commission got it wrong. Where does that leave us when we have a commission decision that is issued just 2 weeks ago that says that the plain language of the UCT precludes the consideration? I mean, my question isn't so much whether they were wrong. My question is more the fact that we have that decision. I think it binds us, and so that's where I'm having a hard time, and that's where I'm hoping you can come in and clarify this for me.
Yes, hearing examiner Camp, I would be happy to. And I agree with what you're saying, and I recognize that this puts us in a tough spot. However, I don't usually announce what my intentions in this manner, but CCAE, I anticipate almost certainly will be moving for a reconsideration, moving for a rehearing of the commission's decision, and particularly on that issue, how you interpret the statute. And one thing that I would point out, Mr. Hearing Examiner, is when the commission announced this decision, I don't know if you were in attendance, but Chair O'Connell stated that the reason for his vote was because he thought this was something that should be addressed through a rulemaking. And I agree with doing a rulemaking, but if you interpret the statute as the commission went ahead and did as precluding consideration of emissions, you can't fix that with a rulemaking. So I think there's an internal inconsistency with the way that the commission made its decision. And in addition to the fact that I think respectfully that the commission got the law wrong, I think there's an internal inconsistency that needs to be cleared up.
Well, the chair is one
I,
member of a 3-member commission, right? I mean, so he can and I don't know the vote. I'd have to go back and look. And I'm not even sure that the vote count really would affect this. But I mean, the counter to that argument would be he might say whatever it is that's on his mind, but there's 2 other commissioners, and really what is binding in terms of the impact of what they did was the written order, right?
Yes, I would agree with that, but I think that the internal inconsistency creates a problem that I think that the commission needs to address. And whether, I don't know what the internal discussions were or how they came they did come to a unanimous decision. But I think that issue
Hang on,
needs to be
Mr. DeSalin. I
raised.
don't know why it does this.
It's all right.
Okay, go ahead. I gave you another
problem.
5 minutes. If you need more time, we'll get there.
Okay, thank you. So I think the commission needs to address that issue, but nevertheless, we are going to be asking for reconsideration based on the law. So I disagree with Mr. Pearsall when he says that we're done. I don't think we are done yet.
Okay, so then, and I'm probably going to have a follow-up question about that, but I do want to give you an opportunity to get to that second half of your argument. You wanted to talk about, the statutory context.
Okay, thank you. So again, this is in section 62-17-3 of the Efficient Use of Energy Act. And it's the very first paragraph, the only paragraph there, and it's fairly long. I'm only going to recite the relevant portion, but it says that, that regulatory disincentives to public utility development of cost-effective energy efficiency and load management needs to be removed in a manner that balances, 1, the public interest, 2, consumers' interests, and 3, investors' interests. And those numbers aren't there. I'm just using that for your benefit. But those words are repeated pretty much the same way later on in the statute in section 62-17-5, subsection F, paragraph 1. So there's three prongs here: the public interest, the consumer's interest, and the utilities interest. And note that the public interest is listed first. Now, under the staff's interpretation, the commission would only look at the cost to the utility and the avoided costs to the utility as narrowly defined. And so that covers the third prong, the utilities interest. And then the costs would be passed on to the ratepayer. So that covers the consumer's interest. But the commission would not consider, it would not have an opportunity to consider the broader public interest. Now, certainly there's some overlap. The ratepayer's interest and even the utilities interest is part of the public interest, but the public interest is definitely broader. And if you don't consider that separately, then it renders the first prong of the statute as mere surplusage. And of course, we can't do that. And I think there's no question, Mr. Hearing Examiners, that reducing emissions of harmful air pollutants is in the public interest. And I think there's no question that reducing greenhouse gas emissions is also in the public interest. So in order to properly consider the three prongs of the statute, we have to consider the broader public interest. Thank you. That is my argument.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalen. I have two sort of follow-up questions. Both of them, again, relate. I think I probably posed both of these to Mr. Pearsall. So, I mean, one, your point about, filing a motion for reconsideration or a rehearing, I suppose it's well taken. I mean, but ultimately, I mean, that doesn't really change. If the commission comes in and ultimately rescinds their order or something like that, obviously that would change the analysis here quite a bit. But short of that, I mean, hearing examiners are bound by precedential decisions of the commission, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, and then the second question, I was more, this thought occurred to me at the outset of the hearing, and I am curious, for your take on. I asked Mr. Pearsall this question. We had several witnesses who noted that, under the evidence shows that even without the benefit, the benefits there are enough to pass the test. In other words, the UCT without the benefit. With that, and I'll give you a couple more minutes to answer this. But do we get to this issue if they already passed this test? You know what I'm asking?
Yes, absolutely. No, I think, and I think that's certainly a consideration. My response would be that the statute, going back to the statute and the three prongs, it does require the commission to consider those three prongs. And unless we consider this in some way, in some fashion, or unless the commission consider it, then we're not considering all the three prongs. And I think in this case, it would be appropriate for the commission to say something like, we recognize that this is an important consideration. In future cases, we expect the parties to consider it because the commission is setting precedent here. But because the evidence that's currently before us supports passing the UCT test, we don't have to consider it in any detail. I think that would be a fine approach for the commission to take, But I think it's very problematic for the commission to say, no, the statute does not allow us to even consider it.
Okay, thank you. Hearing examiner Barrett, any final questions?
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. DeSalen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Bagako, I gave Mr. DeSalen 7 extra minutes, so I'm going to give you all that time. You do not need to use it all if you don't want to. If you do, you're welcome to. But you can go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
I don't think I will. I'll try to keep it brief. I think there's no need to, hopefully, again, the statute that Mr. DeSalen was just talking about.
Mr. Bagako,
You're freezing up.
Yeah, you're freezing out.
Oh.
You might want to turn your video off and just see if that
All right,
works.
let me try that. Okay, how's it coming through now?
Seems to be okay.
Okay. I would just start by pointing you back to 6217.3, which is the stated policy of the Efficient Use of Energy Act. And what it begins with, before we get to the 3 prongs, I think sets the stage for the theme and purpose and intent of this whole EUEA thing. And that is, it says, it's the policy of the Efficient Use of Energy Act that public utilities, distribution cooperative utilities, and municipal utilities include all cost-effective energy efficiency and load management programs in their energy resource portfolios. So the primary goal of this is to get these utilities to do something that they might not otherwise be inclined to do if we were just left to market forces. And that's why, among other things you see in here, we have an incentive mechanism that accompanies this. So that is, it is at least attractive enough for the utilities to want to do this. But that's the primary aim and ambit of the Efficient Use of Energy Act, is to get these utilities to use energy efficiency and load management programs to basically increase energy efficiency. And so when you look at, for example, the definition of energy efficiency in 6217.4, it's there at paragraph F. It says energy efficiency means measures, including energy conservation measures.
I'm sorry, please repeat all of that, what you're reading from the statute. You're too fast
Energy,
for me.
okay, sorry. Energy efficiency per 6217.4 means measures, including energy conservation measures or programs that target consumer behavior, equipment, or devices to result in a decrease in consumption of electricity and natural gas without reducing the amount or quality of energy services. So when we move over to the utility cost test with the primary policy in mind from 6217.3 and some of our operative definitions from 6217.4 and look at what the utility cost test is, I think the first thing to consider is what it's called. It's the utility cost test. It's the test that gauges the costs to the utility under 2 scenarios. First one being the deployment of energy efficiency and load management programs versus the utility just going to its tried and true fallback, which is to satisfy these demands by developing, acquiring, and operating supply side resources. And so I think focusing on the absence of a word in the tail end of that utility cost test definition ignores other things that we see in there that I think you've already picked up on. Certainly it starts out talking about the monetary costs borne by the public utility referable to developing, acquiring, and operating energy efficiency or load management resources in the context of the utility doing it. But I think banking on the absence of the utility, the word utility appearing in the tail end of that is somewhat glossing over other operative words in there, because I think when you look at it more closely, I mean, the avoided monetary costs associated with developing, acquiring, and operating the associated supply side resources, which is the other part of the proposition. I mean, who else is going to incur those monetary costs? Who else will develop, acquire, and operate supply side resources, and I think pay close attention to that. Also, the word associated is in there. So it reads, developing, acquiring, and operating the associated supply side resources. Associated with what? I think it's associated with the primary proposition at play in this statute as announced in policy and carried throughout, that the legislature wants the utilities to seriously consider and to pursue these energy efficiency and load management programs against the backdrop of what they would ordinarily do. And so that's why I think when you read the utility cost test definition, I think it's implicit and eminently understandable that when they're talking about avoided monetary costs, they are talking about the utilities avoided monetary costs, period. I understand the desire to include avoided emissions benefit or try to fold it in there somehow, but I think just the way this thing is structured and the way it reads, and when you read the policy in full and understand everything that you see here and how it's targeted towards energy efficiency and load management programs, I think it's a bit of a stretch to try to shoehorn avoided emissions benefits into that definition, because the four corners of the proposition center on weighing the cost benefit analysis in terms of the costs that are incurred by the utility to go down one path versus another path.
Well, Mr. Bagacco, let me ask you, we focused a lot on the EUEA, obviously with good reason. This is the statute that we're operating within, but I mean, there are other statutes within the Public Utility Act and adjacent to the Public Utility Act that would also bear on legislative intent, right? I mean, to some of what Mr. DeSalen was getting at, I mean, certainly the ETA, the REA, I mean, you can make a pretty clear argument under those statutes that reducing emissions is at least generally an objective of the legislature, right? So how does that fit into your argument?
Well, I think the primary policy to consider then, if you're going to rate and categorize them or prioritize them, would be the policy that the legislature.
Uh-oh. Mr. Bagacco?
Yes.
You cut out there.
I am sorry. This building is just snake bit today.
It's not your fault, Mr. Bagacco. Go ahead.
I would say in terms of prioritize or ranking policies, I think you would start with the policy that is announced by the legislature in 62.17.3 as your primary policy consideration in reviewing and deploying the legislative directives that we see in the statute. That's not to say that other policy concerns don't have some weight or some level of consideration, but in order to affect the will of the legislature in regards to energy efficiency and load management programs in the context of this statutory regime as a whole, I think you give primary preference and deference to the policy posture that is articulated in that statute.
Okay. Now
so
let me
I don't
steer.
think any others can predominate.
Let me steer you then, and this is probably where you were going to go anyway, but let me steer you then to this line of questioning that we've explored with Mr. Pearsall, with Mr. DeSalen, about the precedential impact of this final order in 24-00154-UT. You've heard the questions that we've asked. I can restate them for you if you'd like. I don't know that that's necessary. Tell me what staff's view is and where we are, what realistically, regardless of our, hearing examiner Barrett's opinion of the statute and my opinion of the statute, where are we?
I think it precedentially controls and occupies the field, so to speak, for the moment, unless somebody is successful in a motion for rehearing and or takes it up to the Supreme Court and obtains a reversal. The flip side of that too, though, is also to consider, given the precedential announcement in 24-154 UT, that if we were to come down on this issue a different way in this case, then SPS might very well be the party that is challenging it and appealing it to the Supreme Court. Right now, I think then, given what we have from 24-154 UT, and my inclination is to respect and heed it and follow it, especially since staff doesn't have a right of appeal outside of this agency.
Yeah, I mean, the point is well taken. I mean, I guess as far as, yes, in theory, if you know, if hearing examiner Barrett and I were to conclude that, I mean, we're to agree with CCAE on this, then SPS would have the right of appeal, obviously, to the commission and then to the Supreme Court. I mean, but I'm looking at it really from the perspective, from our perspective, I mean, our meaning hearing examiner Barrett's perspective and my own, in terms of really what flexibility we have, because right now, I mean, we are bound by the decision of the commission, are we not?
I agree with you. I think you have little to no flexibility in that regard, but also backing up for a moment and appreciating the broader policy concerns that drive CCAE's foray into including avoided emissions benefits in the utility cost test as written. I think they want to do it this way, but I also think if it is that policy driven and the company is already satisfied or demonstrated that its programs are cost effective, I think the better path forward for them would be to revisit this on the legislative level. Because if it is that important and that compelling, which I think it is in some respect, then I think it really lies within the realm of legislative action to revisit the issue and crystallize the law accordingly, if they are so inclined. Outside of that, though, I think we're running into the hazard of monkeying around with the meanings announced in the statute that may or may not be protected by the level of deference the Supreme Court usually gives to this agency on these sorts of issues. I think we might be going out of bounds there. If we were to go down that path, I think the Supreme Court would likely not entertain it. And what I'm thinking of when I say that is a case called Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy versus New Mexico Public Regulation Commission that came out here pretty recently. It's 549P.3D500, and it looks like it came down on May 13, 2024. I like that case because it gives a pretty good summation of what this commission can sustain and what it can't sustain in terms of the Supreme Court's review of our decisions, especially when it comes down to statutory interpretation. With that, if you have any other questions, please launch in, because I'm starting to get into the territory of restating things that other people have probably said better than I have.
No, I don't have any further questions for you, Mr. Bogacco. I appreciate the argument. Hearing examiner Barrett, anything from you?
Nothing from me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bogacco. We appreciate the argument.
Thank you. And I'm sorry about my poor telecommunications quality today.
Not your fault, Mr. Bogacco. You did everything you could. Let's see, Mr. Pearsall, you had 4 minutes remaining. I also gave Mr. DeSalen an extra 7. Yes, an extra 7. So that would be 11 minutes. Do you want to offer a rebuttal? It's up to you.
Yes, I do, but I don't plan on taking 11 minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
So, and obviously, unless questions take longer. And really, all I wanted to do is respond to a few points, some notes. I believe it was you, hearing examiner Kreinkamp, you noted in response to Mr. DeSalen's comments about the open meeting in the EPE case that certain commissioners had said one thing, the order said another thing. It's basic, administrative laws that agencies speak through their orders. The order is what controls in this case, and as everyone has acknowledged, or they may disagree with what the order says, but the order is plain in what it says in terms of avoided emissions benefit is not allowed to be included in the UCT test. And that order, that written order was, I looked while we were talking, it was unanimous, signed by all 3 judges. Mr. DeSalen noted also that he may file a motion for reconsideration and he might appeal. But I think as you got to at the end with Mr. Bogacco is, and unless and until the commission or the legislature does something else, I believe as hearing examiners now, you're bound by the commission's precedent. And that precedent in the EPE docket is clear. And so I think it stops right there. And I think you and hearing Examiner Barrett have understood that, and some of your through some of your questions have tried to play out, well, what if you disagree with that, what would the argument be? And so I'm gonna respond to some of Mr. DeSalen's points here, just to play the whole argument out. And the main one he has is trying to parse the language of the definition of the UCT. And I'm gonna be somewhat of a nerd here, noting, as a former appellate lawyer, what Mr. DeSalen's doing in reading the statute in the way that he does violates a fairly common canon of statutory construction, that you cannot read one provision of a statute in such a manner that it renders another provision of that same statute either nugatory or mere surplusage. And his reading, if you read that statute, where you consider that the word utility and costs borne by the utility are only in the cost side, and that the avoided costs are somebody else's costs, not those of the utility, renders that whole last part basically meaningless, because there's no entity who would be avoiding the costs of developing, acquiring, and operating the associated supply side resources other than the same utility who is implementing the programs for which the costs were incurred to develop, acquire, and operate the energy efficiency. It's a one-to-one comparison. The test doesn't work if you pretend that the avoided costs are from some other entity other than the utility who implemented the program.
I'm not saying that. I mean, that I think that argument has a lot of merit. I mean, but I think to his point, I mean, if that point is right, is that essentially these are costs that no one would implement, then under all those other tests that you mentioned and your witnesses talked about and staff's witnesses talked about, then they wouldn't factor in there either, right? Because it wouldn't be a real cost.
No,
so how
they
does
wouldn't.
how does that? I mean, explain that side of it to me.
No, I think they would, because of those other tests, and you can look at Ms. Leba Tessera's definitions, they're broader. The utility cost test is designed in a way, as I think she noted, the whole EUEA is essentially designed to reduce consumption or reduce demand. The main benefit of reduced consumption or reduced demand is the reduced need for supply side resources. And yes, there's an ancillary benefit from an emissions standpoint. But the main point here is get people to use less energy, give benefits or incentives to use, to lower demand during peak times. That's what this one is about. You noted several other acts that have other goals that are complementary to this, but that's what this one is about. And that's why I think the legislature chose the UCT. Now, if you said you wanted to meld in New Mexico the EUEA with the RPS or some of those other ones, having a test like the TRC or the societal test where as I think Ms. Leba Tessera said, when you take the TRC, well, that brings in the participants. So now you're looking at the avoided costs of the utility and those costs of the participant. What benefits of the participant? You want to lump in the societal test. Now you're looking at the avoided costs of the utility, the participants, and potentially the environment. And so each one is a different layer, and I think it comes down from what is your end goal? Here to reduce consumption and demand. How do you benefit from that? Well, you show that through avoided costs. How does the public benefit from that? Well, if you have avoided supply side resources, that's avoided investment. That's less money that customers will have to pay for energy. Plus, if you have lower demand, that's more resources available during peak times, so the system works better. So, that's the goal for this. And I think if you want to change that, you have to go to the legislature.
If we're talking about the goals, if what you just explained as far as the public interest is accurate, meaning the public interest is basically, benefits to the utility, benefits to the utility's customers, then why in the statute do they have 3 prongs instead of just 2 if it's that limited, why do they have the public interest, the consumer interest, and the utility interest? Wouldn't that be covered by consumer interest and utility interest?
Well, they also have, the investors, I don't have that statute in front of me, but so I could see all three. But I think the public does benefit from less consumption. And if you have less consumption that causes you to build a gap, if this demand program, that the ICO program functions as designed, and you delay the need to build a new gas plant, for example, you're going to have ancillary public benefits. What?
Aside from avoided environmental impacts, what would be a broader public benefit, for example, of not building a gas plant or whatever the example you just used?
Stability of the grid. Demand response helps make sure that the grid and energy is provided, as effectively as possible. And I believe one of the things that Mr. Bagako read was it talks about doing these programs in a manner that doesn't hamper the deliverability of the electricity. So doing these programs in a way that either enhances your electricity experience.
Okay, so again, and I'm just trying to keep it to my original point, which is that the statute does distinguish between public benefit and consumer utility benefit. If we're talking about grid, we're just talking about grid stability. I mean, building new resources contributes to grid stability, does it not? So if grid stability is a broader public benefit that you're using as an example, that could be achieved by adding demand side resources, just as easily, if not more so, than these energy efficiency or load management programs, correct?
It could be at a potentially greater cost.
But the cost would only be incurred by the utility and the utility's consumers, not the broader public.
Well, yeah, you're right, but I mean, it's balancing, right? It's not saying the public interest is greater than, I'm looking at it here in a manner that balances public interest, consumers' interest, investors' interest, and that the commission provide utilities an opportunity.
I'm sorry that the investors' interest and
that the commission provide public utilities an opportunity to earn a profit or on cost-effective energy efficiency. And then you have to finish it. Cost-effective energy efficiency and load management resources that with satisfactory program performance is financially more attractive to the utility than supply side resources. So, I mean, it's coming back to ways to push down use of the supply side resources. All of these will have an ancillary public benefit. It's how much of that public benefit do you weigh against, and what is the public benefit, and how do you monetize that public benefit? That was one of your questions you had earlier. Mr. DeSalen talked about that in the context of the EPA having a pricing mechanism. And, interestingly enough, the mechanism they've pointed to for that is called the social cost of avoided emissions, and which would seemingly make sense in the societal test. But, the whole goal of if you look at Mr. Alatorre's testimony of him pointing, let's use this, let's include it in the test, it's to avoid what he refers to as a negative distortion by not including, all the types of costs, regardless of what the definition says. But by including just one, you're just creating a different distortion. And so, are you going to include the avoided costs of environmental compliance benefits? Are you going to do, other pollutants like that you don't have it? If you don't have a uniform state pricing that has been adopted in New Mexico, then each utility is going to have a different satisfaction of this, which comes back to how do you do this outside of the legislature picking something, directing the utilities to do it? You know,
And I understand all of that, and I'm not gonna belabor this point too far, but I still think that doesn't quite speak to my original point, which is, I think, a point of Mr. DeSalen's that is intriguing to me, which is when they wrote the statute, they did specifically mention the public interest, and I am hard pressed to find broader public benefits to avoiding, building more demand side resources other than environmental impact. That's just my thoughts on it. And again, we don't have to keep belaboring this point, but I think it is an interesting one.
no, I get it, and I totally understand Mr. DeSalen's point. And I just think achieving those ends has to be done within the construct of what the statute means and how the commission has interpreted it. And I think even the word, what public interest, you have public interest used often throughout the EU, not necessarily EU, but all the statutes that utilities deal with, have public interest, and it doesn't always necessarily mean the same thing. And so absent, kind of knowing where they're going, you have to look, as a whole at the statute. And it really does seem that the public interest here is reducing the need for supply side through incentivizing, use of energy efficient or demand side resources. And then just lastly, I'll close with putting aside all of this, whether you're bound by the commission's recent decision, whether you agree or disagree, with the interpretation of the statute, it still comes down to what end are we talking and spending this to do? Because if you go back to what Mr. Alatorre recommended, all he recommended was take the table that has the individual programs that have the UCT for each of the year and add a UCT plugging in a number for the avoided emissions benefit. He conceded that number will be larger than the other number, and the other numbers were all over 1 because they're already cost effective. They don't say take that and go do another analysis and see if you can get more energy efficiency savings. They just say, do this table that'll show that you're more cost effective. To what end is that necessary when the program already satisfies the rules?
I'm sorry, satisfies the
rules. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Pearsall. Because of questions, and I did give you an extra 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I am inclined to give Mr. DeSalen the same amount of time in the interest of fairness. Mr. DeSalen, do you want to take 3 minutes and change to offer a brief rebuttal?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Just a couple of quick points. First of all, regarding Mr. Pearsall's point that that the second half of the equation has to include the cost to the utility. I agree with that. It would include the cost to the utility and the cost of the greenhouse gas emissions, the other pollutant emissions. So it's cumulative. The second point I want to make is in response to Mr. Bogatko. He suggested that we do legislation, and I am fully in agreement with a bill to clarify this. But that takes time, and the legislature, even when there isn't any opposition, doesn't always get through or doesn't always get to legislation that's totally in the public interest. So, and this is something that we shouldn't be waiting on. This is important now. Climate change is real. It's happening. We're starting to see the effects of it. We can't wait. The commission can't wait. And the commission is in a very good position to do something about it. So while I'm in favor of legislation, I'm not in favor of waiting until we can get a bill through the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalen. Mr. Bagacco, in the interest of fairness, do you want to take 3 minutes, or are you comfortable with where we're at?
I'm comfortable with where we're at. I'm just going to be retreading things. I think you have a good idea and the full flavor of what we're looking at here.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions?
I do not. Hearing examiner Barrett.
I do not.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you all for your arguments. I appreciate it. I know that's a little unusual, but I found it helpful. And maybe something that we look at in other cases where there's similar issues that benefit from attorney argument rather than, again, having that sort of awkward dance around with witnesses who are not attorneys. So that brings us to, I believe, post-hearing briefing. Let's start with the subjects to brief, and then we'll talk a little bit about deadlines. Obviously, the parties are encouraged to brief any issues that they see fit. In terms of issues that I would look for specific briefing on, again, this argument was very helpful to me in terms of where the parties stand, but that obviously the avoided emissions benefit is something that you all should brief as an issue in this case. The other issue that I did find personally that I thought would probably benefit from some special attention, maybe there was this argument that that SPS was making, and staff also made it a little bit about sort of the commission's authority or the commission's jurisdiction, depending on how you want to phrase it, with respect to behind the meter activities of SPS's ratepayers. I think that would also benefit from some clarification as far as what the law is there and what SPS is arguing, what staff is arguing, is the commission's authority. I think that would be helpful. And obviously the counter, would come from CCAE. Hearing examiner Barrett, is there anything else that you think in particular the parties should make sure to brief?
Nothing that I can think of right now.
Okay. It would be helpful, in a case like this, it is always helpful for the parties to be very clear to us in terms of what are the issues that are outstanding and what issues effectively have been resolved at this point. That's always enormously helpful to us as we write the RD. So to the extent you can do that, that would be of use to us. Any questions about those issues that we're looking for briefing on? Any questions about any of that? Hang on. Let's go, Mr. Pearsall. Let's take the company first.
Okay, I was just going to ask, typically in these cases, we've briefed it by basically providing a contested and uncontested issues section. So, as the applicant, we kind of view it as, we'll tick off every requirement of the uncontested issues. And, here today, we talked a lot about the UCT and incentive mechanism. There are a handful of other smaller, still contested points. So we'll make those all clear.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes, that's exactly what we need. And Mr. Bagacco, you were going to weigh in.
I was just going to ask, are we going to get an order setting forth our marching orders on briefing, or if not, I'm ready to rely on my notes I just made. I think I'm clear.
Yeah, it's really up to the parties. If you want a written order, I'm happy to do that. If you're comfortable with the guidance you've been given, all the better. Do you want an order, Mr. Bagacco?
I'm good with my notes. I think I'm good with my notes. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Pearsall, Mr. DeSalen, any desire for a written order?
No, it is subject to if we're all good with agreeing on the deadlines.
Yeah, let's talk about that next. Mr. DeSalen, are you comfortable with what I've said on the record?
Yes, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so yeah, let's talk about the deadlines. So to recap, the default deadlines under the rules are 20 days after the filing of the transcript for initial briefs, and this is the normal course of transcripts. So, I think the standard is a week to 10 days, something like that. So after the filing of the transcript, 20 days for the initial briefs, another 13 days for the response briefs. So the question in every case, as in this case, is do the parties want to shorten that briefing period, lengthen it? Do you want to keep it as it is? Just for the sake of organization, let's start with SPS.
We talked about this during the break, and we had thought something around the like June 13th, and then 2 weeks after that, so that'd be a little more than 2 weeks, and then another 2 weeks, and I guess that would be faster than the normal. I don't know that we'd be opposed to what you described either.
Well, what I described is just the default. Obviously, that can be modified.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the only concern I would have, if the transcript, let's just say for the sake of argument, the transcript is filed next week, a week from today on the 4th. The 13th would be basically 9 days from then. So that's quite a bit shorter than 20. Makes no difference to me. It's really a question of the parties. Mr. Bagacco, what's your thought about briefing deadlines?
Oh, I think what Mr. Pearsall was describing might be workable. If we just pick some deadlines now and I don't know, live with the fallout from the transcript being filed when it gets filed. I'm just trying to plan my month here. I've got a couple other things happening, but I'm willing to make that work. What were you thinking, Patrick? What were you thinking, Charles? What are your preferences, guys? Because I've got some flexibility here.
Yeah, let's have Mr. DeSalen weigh in at this juncture.
Yeah, thank you. I would prefer not to shorten the time periods. I think, I've got a lot going on the next couple of months. I would prefer to have more time rather than less. I was thinking 30 days after the transcript is in for the initial brief, and the 13 days after that is fine for the response brief. But if everybody else would prefer a shorter time period, I'm okay with the default.
What I've done in other cases where there's not immediate agreement from the parties, I can leave it up to you. Essentially, if I do nothing, if the two of us hearing examiners do nothing today, the default deadlines would apply, right? So if, for instance, we walk away and there is no agreement about any briefing deadlines, but tomorrow, you all get on a conference call and agree on a particular deadline, you can file a motion, and then we would essentially rubber stamp that because that's really your time for briefing. So that might be one way to approach it, is essentially just leave the default as is right now. And then if you all can agree on something else, then just file that. Doesn't have to be lengthy motion. Just say the parties are in agreement and we'll get an order out and give you those deadlines. How would that be as a sort of step forward, Mr. Pearsall?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bagacco, is that okay with you?
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. DeSalen?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay. So for now, the default deadlines will apply. If you all agree on a different set of deadlines, just let us know through a motion and we'll get an order out to ratify that. Any other concluding items, Ms. Barrett, that we should address while we're on the record? Hearing examiner Barrett.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further from any of the parties?
Nothing from staff other than to say thank you to everybody and thank you to Ms. Gonzalez for putting up with me.
Sounds good. Mr. Pearsall, anything from the utility?
No, thank you both hearing examiners for helping us navigate through some technical difficulties and still finishing well before the end of the day. So I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you all for your patience. And Mr. DeSalen, anything final?
Nothing more substantive, but I also want to thank everybody and thank our court reporter and I do appreciate the opportunity for oral argument on this legal issue, and I think even though it is unusual, I think it's probably a good idea for similar situations in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I will reiterate what everyone has said. Thank you all for your participation, your professionalism today. It's been very helpful. Thank you for bearing with us through our technical difficulties. Thank you to Ms. Gonzalez for a wonderful job today. And with that, this hearing is adjourned. We are off the record. Thank you all.
Thank you.